He's not.
Shalom.
Come have a seat. Hello, shalom, shalom. I have a special guest with me.
Oh, yay!
I want you all to meet Sarah when she gets back. Right now, you can see my cat.
All right.
There you go.
Oh, walking right behind her.
Yes.
What? Did you see him?
I did.
He's gone now. Okay. Well, how are you all doing?
We're doing great.
Doing great. Wonderful.
I'm trying to remember her name. Who did I say? Lilia. Lilia. Like Lily, capital YAH. And she's from Arizona, and she is divorced.
Uh-huh.
Good morning. Good morning. She has 3 grown children, and she's a wonderful sister. I can't wait for her to get on here and join you and introduce herself.
I know. I'm excited too. Hallelujah.
So what are you all up to?
I'm up to 170.
Okay, I know June's not that much. You got her beat.
Oh no.
She's 168, I think.
No. I'm gonna blow our shofar this morning.
Oh, you did. Yeah, I didn't know we were supposed to blow
But
the
I'm
shofar
going to
every day.
I'm going to do it again right now.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to get mine. You can go get it whenever you want to.
Look up, Katie.
Just there, I've already introduced you basically.
Oh.
Here she is. Sweet Lilia.
Shalom. Shalom.
Their names are there. This is my sister June. I was telling you to call me. June, I tell you, yesterday when you called me, everything was happening to me at once.
Well, I hope it got better.
Sarah was called. She was on her way. You called, and I was trying to hurry up and get ready. Oh, I was cooking, wasn't I?
Sure. Yeah. And I needed to get back to my cooking. So, but we had a beautiful 15 minutes, didn't we? So
We did. We sure did. It was longer than I thought it would be.
I'm gonna get my shofar.
yes.
She's living like a homeless person out of her car right now.
Oh. Well, where's the pup? Are we going to get to see the pup?
Okay. Did you see the video?
Oh, I did not.
Come here. Come here, Blossom. I don't know where. I'm getting my hand in the way.
There we go. Oh,
Where's my hand in the way? There we go.
it is a big dog. Yes.
Sure is. Take a transfer truck.
I can't seem to get her in here. Let me get back here.
Uh-oh.
Sandra, what's your weather
She's
like?
cut herself off.
Oh, it's going to be about 76 today high.
About like here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful night
Yeah,
here.
it'd be colder than that there by now.
Oh no, we have
Hey, Talitha.
pretty mild winters up until about January gets the coldest.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
I've been there one time, but they won't let me come back.
Hi, Talitha.
Shalom, everyone.
Hey, little guy.
Hi, Mikhail. Hi.
I was thinking how blessed you are, Talitha, that you know the true name and you're able to teach it to your children instead of having to teach them the false way and worry about trying to tell them about the true way.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
do feel
great blessing,
very blessed
yeah.
for sure.
Yes.
Oh, I see Scott Warrior has joined us again.
Yeah.
We enjoyed having you last week.
Thank you.
Hey, Scott,
Hi.
Mhm.
you got a deep voice. Hi.
So we saw Blossom. Was that Blossom? Is that what
Yes,
you? Okay.
that's Blossom.
Big puppy. Yes.
Great Pyrenees.
Yes.
Oh, and here's my traditional coffee. I have to have a cup of coffee when I start my program.
Hello,
Shabbat
Lou.
shalom, Lou.
Hey, Lou.
Shalom. Hey.
What book are we starting? Would you hand me my book?
Oh, they're in Barashith.
And can you hand me my glasses?
Yeah.
I can't read my book without my glasses. Oh,
Is that one better?
you changed it. Well, I didn't care what hat you wore.
You said it was
She
weird.
changed it. No, I like the other one better.
Okay, Phyllis, that's it.
That's it. She's not putting up with me anymore. I've done it now.
There she is. She's back. There you go.
It says here, what does it say? Oh, judge not unless you can walk on water.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good.
Do you want me to blow it in here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Blow it out there with the blossom. No, go ahead and blow it.
In
Go
here?
ahead. Go ahead and blow it.
Okay, but I don't know how it'll come out. Is that too much? Sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Oh,
Hallelujah. Yay. Roz, do you have yours?
Honestly, this week I could not find my shofar.
No.
I went to go blow it the other day, and then I called Rose after I had looked for it, and she said, "You know, I sent you something. It was in my spirit that just in case if you didn't have your shofar." So the Father worked through Rose so that I got some shofar music. I still haven't found it, and it didn't leave my room, so I don't know what happened to it.
Well, what did she send you?
Huh?
What
Oh,
did
she
she
sent
send?
me some shofar music.
Oh,
So yeah, but I had already done it and played it, you know, because since I couldn't find it, I apologized to the Father, but he knew about it, you know, so which that's a beautiful thing. That's a praise report.
That is.
He knows where it's at.
Yeah. I don't know. I got to go through all my stuff.
tell me about it.
let's see.
Kids,
Chance, I wanted you to see my friend Lilia. There she is. I'm trying to get her in the picture.
I'm
She's
trying to
short.
stay out of the picture.
I want her in the picture.
Well, she's in. We can't read her hat, but she's in.
Okay.
We know what it
This
says.
And I know their names are up here, but I feel like this is my good friend June and Joe and my good friend Sandra and my good friend, his name is Chance.
Okay.
But he changes his
Hi,
channel name.
Chance.
And we're not real familiar with Scott Warrior, but he's joined us last week. And this is Roz, and she can't find her shofar.
No.
And this is Talitha. Her better half is missing right now, but let's see her baby, Mikkel. Is Mikkel? Oh, Mikkel's busy. And
You'll see him
this
at
is
some
William.
point.
Hi. What?
What? We didn't hear that.
Oh, I was saying he'll show himself again at some point.
Okay. She has two other children. She has an older boy and an older girl.
Oh, okay.
They show up from time to time.
Well, shalom, everybody.
It looks like
What was your name?
Lilia.
Lilia, a trumpet of the I am.
when I turn the microphone is on, it's white, and when we're okay to chit chat a little bit, but if we keep chit chatting after Mark shows up, we better shut up.
Genesis. God, count.
What chapter? 9.
I think it's the flood. We get to Noah. Then after Noah, we're gonna go to Abraham.
I love it. I just absolutely, it's like a history book. But is that would be the 8th chapter? Yeah. Yeah. And Abraham, remember Noah. Okay.
Yeah, Abraham was the great grandson of Noah.
Who's talking? I've never done
Oh.
this before.
This is Scott Warrior that's talking. He doesn't choose to show his face, which is okay.
Me too.
Okay. She can stay out of the picture. I'll keep her out of the picture.
Okay, 8.
Okay. I think it's 8.
Well, I don't even have a television. I choose not to have that, so I don't know a thing about computers, and I don't want to know a thing about computers.
Oh, there's some.
So actually, Phyllis, at the top it says 7. So 7, 8, 9, and 10 today.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I was looking for it too. I couldn't see it, and then I just looked up, and there it is.
Muddy.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
We'll clean his feet before he comes in. They wanted to see the big dog, but I couldn't
Oh,
get him really in focus.
oh.
They'll have to watch you'll have to watch my YouTube video. It's called Grandma Sunshine, and then you can see the big dog. Chance, I see you laughing.
Good morning, Venus.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Hey, Shell.
Hello, Michelle.
Hey, beautiful.
There's her. That's Michelle, and that's
It's already
Yeah.
afternoon for us here, though.
It's what?
It's afternoon for us here.
Oh, okay.
and that's the baby. But
Well, it
all you
is
can see is his head.
basically.
Oh, what a nice family. Let me check on Blossom.
Is Oz going to make an appearance?
No, Oz is in Mexico right now,
Oh,
so
Good-
he doesn't.
good
have-
news. Is
He'll
it
be
good
here.
news?
Yeah, it is, but he'll be here next week.
Okay. I don't know where my coffee is. Oh, there he is. I didn't get to watch a lot of Mark's program last night because Lilia had just gotten here and we were busy talking.
Well, I've got the notes already, so after this afternoon, I'll put those in your email.
You're going to let us all cheat. You know what? We can just show up and you just send us the notes. No.
I know. I hope you don't do that, but anyway, it's good. It's good, for those who get tired and have to leave early. And I know Oz had shared that it was easier for him to see it on paper. So if I'm helping in just a little way, that I'm happy about that. So I'm glad you enjoy them.
You have no idea. Yes, it's much easier to see it written.
It is, especially for us old school people. I am an old school person.
You have no room to talk. Girl. Oh, there's Scott. Hi, Scott. Hey.
Sandra, you're awful quiet this morning.
And that's good, Brother Joe.
Good for who?
It's good for all of us.
I wouldn't say that. We love
You
to
got
hear
a
your
sweet voice. I like your voice.
Well, in Kohelet, this is where I'm learning to be quiet from, is in the book of Kohelet, which is known as Ecclesiastes. It says, be ready to listen more than you are to speak.
Uh-oh, don't tell me that.
I'm just paraphrasing it, but that's where I got that from reading.
We could all
that.
use that advice. I mean, besides, look how much more intelligent you look when you don't talk.
Thank you, Sister Phyllis.
I mean, immediately they were calling on Sandra. Talk. You look too smart.
Well, I did find this very interesting song this week. Now that you have provoked me to open my lips, is in 2 Samuel chapter 23. I thought it was so amazing. It says, and these are the last words of Daoud, the saying of Daoud, son of Yishai, the saying of the man raised up on high, the anointed of Elohim of Yaqub, and the sweet singer of Yisharah. The Ruach of Yahuwah has spoken to me, and his word is on my tongue. The Elohim of Yisharah said, the rock of Yisharah spoke to me, one who rules over man righteously, who rules in the fear of Yahuwah Elohim, is like the light of the morning when the sun rises, a morning cloud, a morning without clouds, tender grass from the earth, from sunshine, from rain, for it's not my house so with all, for he has made an everlasting covenant with me, ordered in all things and guarded for all my deliverance and all desire. Shall he not make his sin for a branch? But the worthless are all as thorns thrust away, for they are not taken with hand. But the man who touches them uses iron, or the shaft of a spear, and with the fire they are burned up in their place. So that reminded me what Brother Mark was teaching last night, because it says, I think it's in Philippians. I guess I get a little too happy in the word sometimes, but in Philippians chapter 2, verse. How to find the verse? It said, he who has begun a good work in us. He's chapter 1, verse 6. Being persuaded of this, that he who has begun a good work in you shall perfect it until the yom of Yahusha Mashiach. Because the scripture says, except Yahuwah builds a house, we build it in vain, and we're his house that he's building. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I praise you, Almighty Yahuwah. Just a word of encouragement.
That's why the enemy's weapons formed against us are of no avail, because they didn't have Yahuwah's permission to touch us. Miss June, Sister June, there's a gentleman that wants your email because he wants to get be on your list.
All righty. If he wants to drop it here in the chat, I'm thinking I can.
I don't know if he's in the chat, but I can, if he's not, I'd send him a link to join us. But if he doesn't join, oh shoot, I'm sorry. If he doesn't, I was going to say, if he doesn't join us, I'll send him your email and send you his email.
That'll be fine.
But I don't do that on Sabbath.
That'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone that's interested in that, you know, if you want the notes on paper, I'll be happy to email those to you. Just, you know, if you know anybody on here's email, just let them know and they'll get in touch with me and pass me on your email address.
That was something I was wondering about. Okay. I'll
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anybody listening, anybody
that's listening. That's right.
You can email me, phyllis@torahzone.net. That's a public address, so I don't mind giving it out. Phyllis, PhylLis @torahzone.net. And I will send your email address to Miss Sister Joan.
Yeah, there you go. And then we'll get that taken care of.
Oh, did you hear what I said? Sister Joan. That's Joe and June together.
Oh, yes, we're one. We are. Yeah, and if there's any that I have in the past that you're interested in, I think I've been doing this for a couple months. You can let me know and I'll get that to you.
Sounds like a commercial almost.
No, they're Mark's words. They're Yahusha's words through Mark. Let's put it that way.
Send your cards and letters with those donations and blah blah blah.
No. You know, that's usually a sure sign if you hear someone asking for donations or anything like that. That's a sure sign that the heart, you know, we need to work on our heart. So yeah, don't want none of that here. Thank you. Just love one another.
So that scripture is Koheleth, Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 1. It says, guard your steps when you go to the house of Elohim. Draw near to listen rather than to give the slaughtering of fools, for they do not know that they do evil. Do not be hasty with your mouth, and let not your heart hurry to bring forth a word before Yahuwah Elohim. For Elohim is in the Shamaim, and you on the Retz. Therefore, let your words be few. Amen. See? Good.
Well, could you repeat the address? The address to
the scripture is Koheleth, which is called Ecclesiastes.
Right.
It's chapter 5, verse 1 through 2.
I needed to hear that.
You know, I would like to tell everyone that what Mark was talking about last night, the days of awe. He has one of the evening Shabbat broadcasts that he put up. It's about 1 year ago, and it is titled Days of Awe. So if you go over to his site and put in Days of Awe, you just really don't need to miss that. That is really good. And if you've done it, I suggest repeating it. I did that this week, and I was just, oh wow, the Ruach,
getting that Days of Awe.
So overwhelming. It was just beautiful, and it spoke to me in just a mighty way. So if you have time to check that out this week, the Days of Awe on Mark's site, that's a great place to go this week. So
thank you. Another cup. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Miss June. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm usually calling everybody sister. Today it's miss this and miss that. Your lady shit. That's because we're all royal.
We're just glad to be here to be called upon. It could have gone the other way.
Amen. Amen. Here he is.
Shalom, Brother Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, how's everybody? Everybody doing all right?
We're doing great. Come here. Let me introduce you to Mark. No, I want you to sit down. Brother Mark, I have a visitor.
Okay.
She's from Arizona.
Hey, Arizona.
Shalom.
Her name is Lilia.
Lila?
Lilia.
Lilia. Lilia. Let me see. He said I have an accent, Lilia.
Yes, yes.
That's from, she's from Cuba.
Oh, Cuba? Okay. Well, too bad Raul ain't on here. He could probably talk Cuban to her.
Well, he's watching. I saw it in the. Okay.
Hey,
Isn't this your water?
we need you, Raul.
Raul says he feels too bad.
Yeah, I know. Poor Raul. Keep Raul in your prayers, folks. Too good these days. I'm going to start us off here. We're going to be going into chapter 7, Genesis. And I'm going to start us off here with just a few pictures. Share screen. And so here we go. This is a Turkey, supposedly Noah's Ark.
Hurry, Lilia.
Over in Turkey. And of course, it's hard to recognize, but this is actually wood discovered if you read the article. And it's just kind of an amazing thing. Let me see here now. So there's a better picture of it there, kind of. Here it is again. See these things right here? Let me see. Like right here and right here. They say that's wood, like wood that's fell off of the main part and fell down over the years. And
How'd they get that picture?
this is just replicas here. Okay, here's the one I was looking for. So the length in scripture is 515 feet, basically, in our measuring table. This is rib timber here, upper decks that have collapsed down on top each other. Here's a door opening here and a pointed bow. So it kind of gives you a little bit of a layout of what we're looking at here. Let me see. These are all just replicas, but you can kind of get a look at the area there.
It shows you how it could be realistic. I mean, it gives you a visual.
Yeah, I don't know. I know some of us have been to Noah's Ark in Kentucky there before. And if you see the scale of it, it's just mind blowing, really.
Does this picture that you're showing us, does that seem to match up with the Noah's Ark experience?
Yeah, it's the same footage, 515 foot. Yeah. So it's, like I said, they're saying that right here in the middle here, this is the upper deck that's collapsed down on top each other. Let me see. This is kind of what the one in Kentucky looks like, sort of. I mean, it has this big thing here on there on the bow of it, whatever this is, but the door wasn't here. Okay, the door was on the side. So whoever made that didn't make it right. But this is kind of, the outside of this is kind of like what that one in Kentucky does look like. Here's another view.
Brother Mark, would you mind giving us the dimensions again?
515 feet.
By what?
I don't know what by what. I think that scripture actually tells us here in a minute. We'll probably get to it. We'll start reading it. It's I'm not seeing any. Let me back up and see if they show it, and I don't think they do. No. The article is fantastic, really. Wait a minute. It might be here. Let's see. Had 3 levels. See, that's the problem is everybody, they have their own, they make mistakes. I don't know where they get some of the stuff from, Yeah, like that's fake. 1961 and 2019.
Did they both come from the same place?
Yeah, they're just showing you, black and white in 61 versus the most recent trip there. There's a rainbow. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything with the width on it here. I'm pretty sure it's written in scriptures, though. Anyway, just kind of wanted to share that with you real quick.
It's in verse 6:15, Brother Mark. The length of the ark. The length of the ark is 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Oh, it's in Barashith, Genesis chapter 6, verse 15. The length, width,
Oh, yeah.
height.
Yeah. We did go over 6 last week, didn't we? Or am I?
Yes, sir.
I thought we did. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me get this. What happened? I lost y'all. I don't know where you went. Crazy. Hang on.
We're just trying to hide from you.
I see that. Kind of weird. All right. Let me see. I'm going to have to go back to StreamYard, and I don't know what happened. Here we go. Are y'all seeing me?
Yes.
We're seeing everyone just like it was. You're the only one that's not seeing. So I don't know.
I can see you now. Oh.
Wow.
She's going to blow.
She's gonna blow. We're gonna blow. So weird. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but be back. All right. Can y'all see me now? Yeah.
We see you.
All right. I think I got it now. That was kind of strange, wasn't it? All right.
But
Hang
there's
on.
an echo.
There's not now. There is now? Huh?
No.
Not now. Shouldn't be one now. Everybody got their mics turned off?
Yes. Julia wants to say something. Is it okay?
There is still an echo. Whenever Phyllis is talking, there's still an echo.
It's me? Okay, I'll go out and come back. But Lilia wants to say something first.
Okay, no more echo.
I did the math where the lady said it was in Genesis, Barashith 6, 15, 300 cubits and 50 cubits. The 50 cubits turns out to be 75 feet. So it's 515 by 75. I haven't worked out the height yet because I'm doing it on paper.
How much
All
is
right.
how big is a cubic?
It's 18 inches.
18 inches. Okay.
Yeah,
Approximately
cubic's like from the tip of your finger to your
Yeah.
elbow.
right here. It's 18 inches from here to here, pretty much.
So I have a math whiz over here. Who knew?
So yeah, it's 75 feet by 550 feet. It's about almost like 60. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. And about 50 feet tall. So 150 feet long, by 75 feet wide, and about 50 feet tall is what it was. I don't know if y'all ever, how many of you guys have been to the Kentucky, the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark of Noah's Ark in Kentucky? Anybody? You guys were there? It's huge. It leaves no doubt in your mind that all the animals could have been on the ark. If you've never been there, it's kind of commercialized and everything, but it's worth going just to see the dimensions, the size of it, the scale of it. It's really quite amazing. All right. We're over in Genesis 7. Who wants to get us started on reading? No, Rick, it's not 450 feet. It's 550. It depends, I guess. Yeah, if you're using 1.4, it would be, but really should be 1.6. Should be 515. Hey, that's what I mean. There's so many different variations of everything. Got to kind of be careful when we start searching the internet for stuff, but who wants to read chapter 7? Scott, go ahead, man.
And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all your house into the ark, For I have seen righteousness before me in this generation. O every clean beast you shall take to you by sevens, the male and his female, and of his beasts that and are not clean by two, and male and his female. Of fowls of the air by sevens, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of the earth. For yet 7 days I will cause it to rain upon earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made I destroy from off of the earth. And Noah did according to all that the Lord commanded him.
Okay, hang on, Matt. All right. So Yahuwah tells Noah to come into the ark, and because he has seen his righteousness, I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Okay. Was Noah righteous? Does this mean that Noah was sinless? Is that what this is saying to us? Scott?
No, I don't think he's mean that he's sinless. I think it speaks to it of his faith and the in God, that he was the only one out of all the earth that believed and lived a righteous life before God.
Mm-hmm. Phyllis?
In addition to what Scott said, I think his genes were pure. It was the pure genealogy that he wanted to take. And Noah kept the commandments and was a righteous man. But I think it also included his genes.
Okay. What happened to the genes of humanity during this period?
Angels started having an affair with other women, with the women of the earth,
Okay.
and
Can't,
it started producing giants, which we see in Samuel and other books of Moses.
okay. Chance, you got something?
Yeah, Yahuwah looked on his creation and seen evil from the top of the head to the bottom of the foot continually, and he was disgusted and repented that he made humanity. So he chose Noach, which was perfect in his generation, and was a righteous man and walked in the ways of Yahuwah. So Yahuwah selected him to repopulate through him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Okay, so were there more than one generation alive at this time? Roz?
Yeah, all of them were alive. Nobody had died yet.
Okay, Scott, you got to check your mic, man.
Oh, sorry.
You're right. People were living a long time back then, weren't they? So there was quite a few generations around. So what's Yahuwah saying here? Remember the last night?
That
Go
out
ahead.
of all that everybody, that Noah, that the you are the one, like out of everyone, to it's almost like David in a sense. Out of every person, I chose you to establish a covenant with you.
Yeah, but why?
Because man at the time had a wicked heart. It was evil, and most of them had corrupted genealogies because of the angels having an affair with other women.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so from generation to generation to generation, from generation, the knowledge of Yahuwah has been passed down from father to son continuously. And the generation that here in Noah was the current one. Okay, so it was the most current generation, right? And so through the all the generations, there was the DNA had been corrupted by intermingling his creation. His creatures have intermarried. We see a lot of discussion about intermarriage throughout the Israel line, and we never got into that real deeply because it's more of a history than it was prophecy, so we didn't really get into it as much. But Nehemiah is where we find, the biggest explanation of all of that. So Noah here is right. His righteousness is not his righteousness per se, as in sinless. Okay. If so, then Romans would be incorrect. Romans 3:23. So let's look over there really fast. So Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the esteem of Yahuwah." Okay, and 22 says, "And the righteousness of Yahuwah is through belief in Yahusha Mashiach to all and on all who believe, for there is no difference, for all have sinned and fall short of the esteem of Yahuwah." Okay, so there's no righteous man. Furthermore, if we look over into Revelations, 5, where you see that in 6, where it says, "And I looked and I saw in the midst of the throne and of the 4 living creatures, and in the midst of the elders, a lamb standing as having been slain, having horns, 7 horns, 7 eyes, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah sent out to all the Eretz. And he came and took the scroll out of the right hand of him sitting on the throne." See that? And so when you back up, this was Yahuwah. So when you back up and see the vision here, that the powerful messenger was proclaiming who is worthy to open the scroll, loosens his seals, and in 3 it says, "No one in the heaven or on the Eretz or under the Eretz was able to open the scroll or to look at it." I mean, they couldn't even look at it. They were so unrighteous. You see that? And so this, if Noah was righteous and sinless, there would have been no need for Yahusha to come. Yahuwah could have just used Noah as a sacrifice for sins. Same way with Mary. They try to say that she's a forever virgin and she was sinless. If so, why wasn't she the sacrifice? We just read that no one was found worthy. You couldn't even look at it. They were so unrighteous. So there's been no righteous person, none. And other people say, well, Enoch was because he was taken. That means he was sinless. No, it doesn't. Elijah was. He was taken up in a fiery chariot of fire horses. He was sinless. No, he wasn't. Scripture doesn't say anything about those people were sinless. It just says Yahuwah took them because they walked with him. He took them. Doesn't mean that they were sinless, because there's been no sinless person ever other than Yahusha HaMashiach. Okay, and so what is this really saying to us then? Because I have seen that you were righteous before me in this generation. That would be the current generation at that time. Okay, and obviously that tracing back Noah's lineage all the way back to Adam. Okay, there was no corruption in his creation, his DNA through Noah's line. That's why he chose him. Everything else had been corrupted to this point. He was going to destroy the entire earth until he saw Noah, that his DNA was incorrupted. Everybody following along? Okay. And so there was a lot of people that could be classified in the same classification as Noah's righteousness, because Noah's righteousness wasn't righteous at all. Matter of fact, he was a wino. So Noah, righteousness, our righteousness, okay? Everybody's righteousness, Enoch's righteousness, Elijah's righteousness, our righteousness, Noah's righteousness, was Yahuwah's righteousness. It was the righteousness of him who was indwelling them and sustaining them. Because the original sin carried over through DNA, which brings us up to the point of Mary. And there's a lot of you probably ain't ready for that, so I'm just going to pass. What do you want, Scott? What's up?
I just want to say I was on another Christian channel, and I've been saying the exact same thing. Just because God says someone is right, and I said it is impossible to live a sinless life, and they were coming, and other people were coming at me and saying, no, it's not. It's not impossible. Yes, it is. It's literally impossible to live a holy, sinless life before God, because God is so holy. He will find out even the little sins we don't even care about. The little sins matter to God. The little stuff, the white lies, the gossiping, those sins even matter to God. So I've been arguing with Christians that we can live. No, you can't. Because if you could live a perfect life, there would be no Christ. Christ wouldn't need to came to die for you, but he had to, because we were not righteous. And when God said Noah was righteous before my eyes, it was his faith. Faith is the key to all things. It was their faith in God, not faith in their works, not faith of what they did. It was their faith in God.
Yeah. So basically, it's not the man. It's never the man. Okay. It's always Yahuwah who is indwelling that chosen vessel to articulate his will to humanity from generation to generation to generation to generation. It never was a man. Ever was it a man. Okay. It's always Yahuwah doing it. That's why the same message, the same power, the same gifts, the same fruits are passed on from generation to generation to generation to generation, because it's Yahuwah doing it. Never was the man ever. Are y'all picking up what I'm laying down on that? That's an extremely important point to understand. But yeah, you're right, Scott. You're absolutely right. Go ahead, Chance.
I was thinking perhaps in these times too, before we had the belief in Yahusha HaMashiach, right? The works of the Torah, so the righteousness of Yahuwah might have been the works of Torah, because the righteousness now is the belief in Yahusha. And, it's not the hearers, but the doers of the word, So perhaps back then, Noah observed the ways of Yahuwah and put effort in toward walking in the ways of Yahuwah and found righteousness before the eyes of Yahuwah. You see what I'm saying? Like, Yahusha wasn't with us yet back then, so the righteousness of Yahuwah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yahusha, like the belief in Yahusha for our salvation.
Hang on just a minute. Are you trying to tell me that everybody prior to Yahusha is not going to be in the kingdom?
I didn't say that.
That's what you just said.
I didn't say
Yahusha
that. I
was
said,
not with us back then. Yahusha
no, I
was
said
first
the belief, the righteousness of Yahuwah is the belief in Yahusha, but Yahusha was not yet revealed to us.
Ooh, I don't know about that, Chance. Who'd Moses see?
This is in Genesis here. You know what I mean?
Who
With
did-
Noach, Yahusha has to yet be born from the line of Noach. The prophecy is going to be fulfilled. You know?
Okay. All right. So look, Yahusha is Yahuwah. It's his body of light incarnated. The revealing of the flesh, when he was revealed in the flesh, he had already been revealed long ago. That's who Moses saw. He was the firstborn of all creation. And so the righteousness of any man was the Ruach in him. Yahuwah. It was never ever a man. Ever. Yahusha's been with us before the creation of the world. Matter of fact, he's who created the world. Yahuwah, the Ruach HaKodesh, through Yahusha HaMashiach, created everything, including salvation. Why? Because the Lamb was slain before the foundation of the world. And all those who will be delivered has been written in the Lamb's book of life before the foundations of the world, which means the Lamb has always been with us. Check. Go ahead, Ross.
Isn't Yahuwah of Sabaoth another name for Yahusha?
Say that again.
Yahuwah Sabaoth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm sorry. Isn't that another name for Yahusha?
Sabaoth?
Yeah. So,
That's host of the armies or host of hosts. Yeah. I mean, it can be. I mean, it's it's basically administration or spiritual.
Well, that's
gift,
how he identified himself to Joshua when he showed himself to Dark Joshua. That's how Yahusha said, "I am the captain of the host." That's in the book of Yahusha, which is known as Joshua. After
I
that,
thought it was in 1 Samuel 1:3. That's where I thought it was.
He said, "I am the captain of the host," which is what Sabaoth means. That's in
the general of the armies. And so Joshua was always considered the general of the armies for 40 years, right? As they wandered in the wilderness. Was it really Joshua doing it? It was Yahuwah in Joshua doing it, leading the armies of Israel. We got to get it, man. We got to stop giving credit to the flesh.
On to the second quarter now.
What is the that one
Check your
that you
mics.
said, Sandra?
That's
Go
in
ahead, Ross.
Yahusha. Let me find the chapter. I read it this morning. It's in the book of Yahusha, chapter.
You got to stop giving credit to flesh. Flesh dies.
I understand what you're saying because he identified in chapter. It was right after they had did the circumcision, I think. Chapter 5, verses 13 through 15. And it came to be when Yahusha was by Jericho that he lifted his eyes and looked and saw a man standing opposite him with his sword drawn in his hand. And Yahusha went to him and said, "Are you for us or are you for our adversaries?" And he said, "No, for I have now come as captain of the host of Yahuwah." And Yahusha fell on his face to the earth and did obeisance and said to him, what what is my master saying to his servant? And the captain of the armies of Yahuwah said to Yahusha, take your sandal off your foot, for the place where you stand is set apart. And Yahusha did so. So that proves two things, that Yahusha was before he became incarnated with man, and that Yahusha is Yahuwah Sabaoth. That those verses prove that right there. Because he said, I am the captain of the host of army. And when Yahusha comes back, remember, he's going to be riding on a white horse, going to step down, and he's going to have all the myriads of the messengers with him on the horses, letting you know that he's the captain of the host. And that's Yahuwah ruling with a rod of iron.
So what does it mean when it says take your sandal off your feet for the place where you stand is set apart? What does that mean?
Down. Nice catch.
I've been praying about that, but I think it means you better get out of the flesh.
Go ahead, Ross.
Don't bring the world in, because it would be on the bottom of the shoes.
No.
Don't bring the, like what happens in the world. That's
Take your sandal off your foot, for the place where you stand is set apart. I've been praying about that. So tell me.
Anybody else know what that means in the Hebrew tongue? Hebrew mindset? Well, it basically means you're in Yahuwah's presence. That's what it means.
Okay.
All right. Look, I'm going to move on because I don't like where this is going. And like sometimes people, we're just not ready to advance beyond a certain level. And so we're going to stop up with that conversation and let's get back over to Genesis 7. Is there any other thoughts or comments or questions about the righteousness of Noah, and that it was actually Yahuwah's righteousness, not Noah's righteousness? Thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Sandra?
So, Brother Mark, I was going to add to what you're saying. I agree with you that it was Yahuwah's righteousness, because that's the only righteousness there is his righteousness.
There's no other righteousness.
So if we look at, to verify that, if we look at Barashith 6, it says, and it came to be when men began to increase on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of Elohim, that means his messengers, fallen messengers, saw the daughters of men, that they were good. They took wives for themselves, and all whom they chose. And Yahuwah said, my Ruach shall not strive with man forever in his going astray. He is flesh, and his yeoman shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the arrest in those yeomen, and afterward, when the sons of Elohim came to the daughters of men, they bore children to them, and those were the mighty men who were old men of name. And Yahuwah saw that wickedness of man was great in the arrest, and that every inclination and thought of his heart was only evil continuing. And if you take that over to Romans chapter 1, verse 22, where he talks about how they were men relying with men, women relying with women, and doing all kind of corruption. They were relying with animals during those days. So that's why Yahuwah was telling Noah he was righteous, because he had mixed himself, like you were saying, himself with the fallen angel DNA. He hadn't lain with beasts and stuff and corrupted himself.
All righty. Scott, you still there? Chance, you got something you want to say?
Yeah, I like how it says, Nuach walked with Elohim, as in like the Torah is the light for our path, right? So he took it into his heart, the Torah, and he observed it, and not saying it was perfect, but he observed it and put forth effort toward walking in the ways of Yahuwah.
Him and a bunch of other people. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay. Go ahead, Scott. Let's continue on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, Scott. Hang on, Scott. Here in verse 2, where it says, of all the clean beasts, take with you 7 pairs, a male and a female, and of the beasts that are unclean, 2, a male and a female. Why? What's going on here? And what is this? What is this telling Noah and his family, who are soon to be the only humans on the entire planet? What's this telling them? Joe?
Was it because they needed something to eat and to offer for sacrifices? That's why they had to have 7 of those.
And, yeah.
Yes. And so he was identifying to them the 8 individuals that were soon to be the only humans on the entire planet, what animals were clean and unclean. Was he not? And so would it be a very clear understanding of what animals were clean and unclean by telling them that the clean pairs would be 7, 14, and the unclean would be just 1 pair would be 2. Right? So we're looking at 14 animals versus 2 animals. Right? Or wait a minute. Unclean 2. Beasts that are unclean 2, a male and a female. Yeah, that seems like there's only 2, the male and the female, just 1 pair.
It's 28 versus 14.
No, 14.
7 times 2 is 20 is 14, and then 2 times 7 is also 14. So he only
So he says, of the unclean beast, take with you 7 pairs.
7 pairs.
So that would be 14.
14 pairs.
Female, and of the beasts that are unclean, 2, a male. So I think that's 2 pairs. So that would be 4. So 7 and 4.
7 and 4. Okay.
And so it's almost twice as many. So I mean, you can see. I'm sorry, 14 and 4. So it's quite a bit more. So you can obviously see that Noah and his sons would not have any problem knowing what animals were clean and unclean. I mean, there's a 14 of them, they're clean. Here's 4 of them and they're unclean. So it'd be very, very apparent, right? Wouldn't it not? It wouldn't be something they'd have to scratch their heads. So which one did he say was clean? Yeah. Which one was it he said was unclean now? I can't remember. Ain't no way, man. This was clear. Very apparent. Because they were looking at 14 versus 4. Everybody see what I'm talking about? So that's the huge thing here is he was teaching them which beasts were clean and which beasts were unclean. Now, at the time, I think at this time right here, I'm not real sure if Noah and his sons knew that they could eat them, nor sacrifice them, really. Maybe sacrifice because Abel did it, but definitely I don't think they knew they could eat them at this particular time. They will now. They're going to find out that they can, but right now, everybody's a vegetarian. Even the animals are vegetarians at this point. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Is the ark done at this point? Is it complete? Has he built the ark?
We don't well, it says, well, when God appeared unto Noah, he was 120. Wait, not 120. We don't know. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters was upon the earth. So we don't know how long it took Noah to build the ark. But
Yeah, but I'm saying the ark completed at this point. Back up here in verse 2 and 3. Yeah, it is. Look at verse 1. And Yahuwah said to Noah, come into the ark. So obviously it's completed.
oh, okay.
Phyllis?
I'm sorry. I'm just coming to say goodbye. And I'm between June and Sandra and Roz. You got good coverage. I'll see you all later. Thank you. I'll be listening off and on. Shalom.
Okay, anybody else? Comments, questions? Roz?
Isn't it also that he wants having the 7 pairs of the clean and the 1 pair of unclean? Wouldn't that mean that he's wanting more righteousness, more of the ones that are on the good side versus the ones that are, the unclean that he doesn't want as much? Wouldn't that also be saying that by having the 7 pairs? Because that percentage is really high because he doesn't want a lot of sin or a lot of anything other than what his righteousness is. So that was what was coming to me about having the 7 pairs versus the 1 pair.
Well, why would he have taken the unclean into the ark in that
To
case?
show good versus evil.
I mean, he was destroying all evil.
Yeah.
So why did he preserve evil and take the unclean if they were evil?
If you didn't have it, then how would you know what was good? If you didn't have that to be able to look at.
They had the knowledge of good and evil.
True.
They ate
They did.
forbidden fruit. They knew. Something to think about, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, Sandra.
I think this is a prophecy between what is clean in his eyes to eat versus what is unclean animals. Because after they came out of the ark, he gave them authorization at that time to eat meat or eat animals in addition to the fruits and the plants. So it's differentiating between the clean animals that are he considered food versus the unclean animals that are not food.
But I think it was unknowing to Noah at this time. Okay. And so remember back in Genesis when Yahuwah called everything good? He had already created all these animals, the clean and the unclean, and he called all of them good. So none of them was considered evil to Yahuwah.
True.
So the only difference is clean and unclean food, which I don't think Noah understood at this particular point. I mean, I don't think he was understanding that was why Yahuwah was doing that, but he did understand that Yahuwah was classifying these beasts by clean and unclean. And there's no way that they can make a mistake with this type of ratio between the two. All right. So we all on the same page now? All right, Scott, let's go ahead and continue on.
And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of the waters was upon the earth. Noah went him and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him into the ark because of the waters of the flood a clean beast and a beast that are not clean, and a fowl is everything that creeps upon the earth, that went unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God has commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth, and 600 year of Noah life in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the self same day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and 3 wives of sons with him into the ark. And they and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went unto Noah into the ark, two of all flesh, wherein his breath of life. And they went and they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 upon the earth, and the waters increased and bore up the ark, and it was left above the earth. And waters prevailed and were increasingly greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. Waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. All the flesh died, moved upon the earth, both fowl and of cattle, and of beasts, and of every creepy thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man, and all him whose nostrils was the breath of life, and all that was in the dry land died, and every living substance was destroyed, which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creepy things, and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they who were with him in the ark. They and the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. And God
Okay, that's good. All right. So yeah, I mean the water was 25 feet deep, right? And the flood remained for 150 days. So that would be a little bit over 3 months. Look at 22. Everything was destroyed. All in whose nostrils was the breath of the spirit of life. All that was on the dry land died. Okay. So if all have died, everything except for Noah and everything that was in the ark with Noah, did all the fish die? How about the whales? I mean, they were air breathers, and those who breathed the breath of the spirit of life. How about whales and dolphins and such? Did they all die? Okay. And how about the giants? They remain because we know King Daud killed one, got Goliath and his 3 sons. So what's going on? What do y'all think are the 2 most misunderstood stories or events in Scripture? What do you think they are? The 2 most misunderstood. Anybody? Okay, it's creation and the flood. They're the 2 most misunderstood events of Scripture. And so, what does this mean? All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, all that was on the dry land died. How about the whales and the dolphins and everything that breathes air? Why? Joe?
Because they weren't on dry land.
Because they weren't on dry land. Besides, they knew how to swim for a long time. So these are just some of the things people like to point out, and try to discredit scriptures with. But once you read it more carefully, you can see that, it's not what they're saying. It's not true. All right. And so we're going to go ahead and move on through here. Look at Genesis 9:16 real quick. Just jump over there. It says, remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. Does that include the fish that weren't destroyed? Or does that just include the species or the kinds that were destroyed? What do you think? Got to read that carefully. I think that the biggest the problem that a lot of these false teachers have is they don't read the thing carefully enough before they come to conclusion of what's right and what's wrong, what's true and what's false. We seem to want to skip over words, and as soon as we read something and it kind of dawns on us and we think we know what we just read, we start spouting off without really giving it much thought.
What's the question regarding this? Say that again.
All right. It says, all in whose nostrils was the breath of the spirit of life. All that was on the dry land died. Okay. And we had just determined that whales and dolphins and stuff that breathe air, they are mammals. They didn't die because they weren't on the dry land. Okay. And so when people try to point out things like that scriptures is inaccurate or contradictive, it's only because they're not reading everything accurately. Okay. And so if you go to Genesis 9:16, I'm just trying to give you an example of this. It says, and the rainbow shall be in the cloud, and I shall see it to remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is on the eretz. And this is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is on the eretz. And my question is that include the fish and the mammals that were in the sea, since they weren't part of this death by flood? Roz, go ahead.
Is it that's living water? Could it represent living water? And they were more with the Father than what any other creature was that was on the earth?
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Sandra?
Okay, I got a counter question. I'm kind of seeing this as being the first water immersion, where he immersed the whole earth of the sin that was there at that time. Like what we do when we do our water immersion and we come up in the Ruach Kodesh, born of the spirit rather than of the flesh. Is this what this flood is about? Also about immersing, cleansing the earth with sin.
In sort of a way, isn't it? I mean, so the animals in the water already were in the water, living in the water, were already immersed, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
And so my question is the covenant with them or just the animals that were on land? All flesh that was on land. Roz?
It says every living creature of all flesh. Oh, that's on the Eretz, but isn't the earth the Eretz? The earth is the Eretz. Because when it says land, it says the land.
Yeah, it says Eretz. All between me and all flesh that is on the Eretz. It's the fish. Do the fish have flesh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't creep on the rich. They swim in the waters.
Yeah. Let's look at 1 Corinthians 15. It says in 39, all flesh is not the same flesh, but there's one flesh of men, and another flesh of beasts, and another of fishes, and another of birds. So, when it says of all flesh that is on the Eretz, this would include those that were in the sea as well. Everything. Matter of fact, I'll go as far as say, even with the insects. Okay. So,
Sorry, Mark, I missed that reference. 1 Corinthians what?
15:39.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. So anyway, if you see in 23, it says he wiped off all that stand which were on the face of the ground, both man and beast, creeping creature. So that would be the insects, and even the birds. So even the birds were wiped out, man. And they were wiped off from the Eretz, and only Noah was left and those with him in the ark. But the covenant to never flood the world again and kill all flesh was also with the beast of the sea as well. Everything, even though they didn't die. Why? Go ahead, Roz.
Well, you have some birds that can land in the water, ducks, you've got seagulls, you've got all of them, and they can eat the fish out of the water. So were those killed? I can see where everything that was like terrestrial bird, where they were flying and then they'd have to land on a tree or land on the ground or something. But were the ones that could eat of the fish and could land in the water, were they also killed?
That's what it sounds like. What do you think? It says both man and beast, creeping creature, and bird of the Shemayim, and they were wiped off from the Eretz. And so, are there marine birds? Are there birds that just live their whole life on the sea? Is there such birds as that? Well, my question is, why? It was the covenant with everything. And I mean, they weren't affected by the flood. So why would it be with them as well? Roz?
Because Yahuwah created everything.
So there's no bias in Yahuwah between creatures? Sandra?
All right. I'm just taking a wild guess at this because I'm thinking about in Revelations where he's going to have this great feast that he's calling the birds to come and eat the flesh of those that he destroyed. So I'm thinking that it's with them because they are still good, that he still provides for them. I don't know. That's just something came to my mind.
Go ahead, Ross.
Is it also because they are his eyes? Because they go up to the Shamaim and then they come down and then they go up and they come down?
Chance?
Something coming to me, Yahuwah, he created man and, humanity to rule over the creatures and the animals and the birds. And if humanity is getting wiped out, there's the order Yahuwah has made things would make, there's no ruler over the creepy crawling and the fishing and all that. So maybe all the order collapsed, and that was, the land's been defiled under its inhabitant, and the order of things had to fall too.
Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, so I was also thinking well, the first thing I thought that came up was like a little leaven's a whole loaf. But then what I was thinking was, okay, if we look at, the wrath, when the wrath of Yahuwah comes, in the day of Yahuwah, is he going to spare the animals and the beasts and the things in the sea? No, he's burning up the whole place. Everything's getting clean. When he comes to cleanse, he's cleansing all of it because all of it is a part of one creation from one creator. So the whole thing gets cleansed, right? I don't know. That's what I was thinking.
That's interesting. When the earth burns, do you think the fish are going to burn up? With the water in the oceans boil and the fish die? Do you think, Talita?
Yes, because he talks about in many different places of drying up all of the rivers and even withering up all of the grass and drying all of the seas, right? It talks about that when definitely in Isaiah and probably in the other ones that reference the day of Yahuwah, where he talks about that he dries up the seas. So where are those sea creatures going if the sea is dry? And why is he drying the sea? Because he's coming in flames. So maybe he's removing those beings and putting them already in the new earth, or who knows, but he doesn't really say what he's doing with them, but he dries up all the seas and then brings his like flame, right?
Yeah, Rick says seabirds spend most of their lives at sea, but return to land to breed. Okay, let's read on. Who wants to read chapter 8? Talitha, go ahead.
Okay, chapter 8. And Elohim remembered Noah and all the beasts and all the cattle that were with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the Eretz, and the Mayim subsided, and the fountains of the deep and the windows of the Shamayim were stopped, and the rain from the Shamayim was withheld. And the Mayim receded steadily from the Eretz, and at the end of the 150 Yomim, the Mayim diminished. And in the 7th month, the 17th Yom of the month, the ark rested on the mountains of Ararat. And the Mayim decreased steadily until the 10th month. Until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st Yom of the month, the tops of the mountains became visible. And it came to be at the end of 40 Yomim that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. And he sent out a raven, which kept going out and turning back until the Mayim had dried up from the Eretz. Then he sent out a dove from him to see if the Mayim had receded from the face of the ground. But the dove found no resting place for its feet and returned into the ark to him. For the Mayim were on the face of all the Eretz. So he put out his hand and took it, and pulled it into the ark to himself. And he waited yet another 7 Yomim, and again he sent the dove out from the ark. And the dove came to him in the evening, and see, a freshly plucked olive leaf was in its mouth. And Noah knew that the Mayim had receded from the Eretz. And he waited yet another 7 Yomim, and sent out the dove, which did not return to him again. And it came to be in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st Yom of the month, that the Mayim were dried up from the Eretz. And Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked, and saw the surface of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th Yom of the month, the Eretz was dry. And Elohim spoke to Noah, saying, Go out of the ark, you and your Asha, and your sons wives, with you. Bring out with you every living creature of all flesh that is with you, of birds, of cattle, and all creeping creatures that creep on the Eretz. And let them multiply on the Eretz, and be fruitful, and increase on the Eretz. So Noah went out, and his sons, and his Asha, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping creature, and every bird, whatever creeps on the Eretz, according to their kind, went out of the ark. And Noah built an altar to Yahuwah, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean bird, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahuwah smelled a soothing fragrance. And Yahuwah said in his heart, Never again shall I curse the ground because of man, although the inclination of man's heart is evil from his youth, and never again smite all living creatures, as I have done, as long as the Eretz remains. Seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and winter and summer, and Yom and Layla shall not cease. So that's kind of interesting, that last part.
Yeah, that's
So then-
interesting.
Then that would mean in the day of Yahuwah that he must save the creatures.
Mm-hmm. Never again shall I curse the ground because of man. So that shows that he did curse the ground. Although the inclination of man's heart is evil from his youth, and never again smite all living creatures as I have done. All living creatures, except for the ones in the sea? As long as the Eretz remains, seed time, harvest, cold and hot, heat, winter, summer, yom and night shall not cease. Look at 20. First of all, 19, it says every beast, every creeping creature, and every bird, whatever creeps on the Eretz, according to their kinds, went out of the ark. So there was all kinds of bugs in there. I mean, cockroaches, fire ants, all these things were in there and preserved. Flies, mosquitoes, all that stuff. Was it?
I mean, cockroaches survive anything, so I wouldn't be surprised if they hid somewhere in that ark.
I'd say the cockroaches were definitely on the ark.
And the lice and probably the bed bugs too.
Yeah, the bed bugs, the lice. I mean, all that was on there. Sounds like it. Well, look at 20. And Noah built an altar to Yahuwah and took of every clean beast and of every clean bird and offered burnt offerings on the altar. Okay. So why did Noah do that? And where did he get the idea to do that? Take one of all the clean beast. Talitha?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things is, okay, they learned it like through the generation. Sure, that's one. But they also, like in those days, like he had a direct relationship with Yahuwah. So, he must have known about like offerings and how to show gratitude and these things to Yahuwah, right? Even though it might not specifically say, I feel like they must have known that.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, questions on that? Chance?
You in verse 11 here, and the dove came to him in the evening, and see, a fresh plucked olive leaf was in his mouth. Of all the creatures, it's a dove, and of all the leaves, it's an olive tree or leaf. Do you think this is a symbology of something deeper, like a grafted olive branch, or a dove is in like the Ruach descended from the Shamayim in the form of a dove? You know what I mean? And it's like some sort of more of a spiritual meaning behind this, like showing Noah that, freshly plucked olive leaf, and he sent out a dove, which we offered doves if we were poor for the firstborn. We'd have to offer up 2 doves or 2 pigeons, and then I don't know. There's a lot coming to me there. I was just wondering if you were feeling any of that.
There seems to be something there, yeah. It says he waited yet another 7 days and sent out the dove. And then he waited another 7 days and sent out the dove. And then we waited another 7 days, sent out the dove. which did not return to him again. And there seems to be something there, doesn't it? Go ahead, Roz.
I think that the olive branch was representing the oil for the lamp. And which would mean coming from the Father. Being, as the Father had fixed everything on the earth, but it also represents the how we have to fill our lamps.
Go ahead, Sandra.
I was just going to give a little thought here on verse 20. Why Noah built the altar to Yahuwah and of every clean animal. I think he did it out of gratitude that his life had just been spared and he wanted to esteem him. And that was the only way he knew how at that time to esteem him is by offering him an offering of clean animals. And that offering in 21, when he smelled it, it was a soothing fragrance and calmed the anger of Yahuwah. So I think he did it out of gratitude, showing that he was grateful that he had been spared. He had been just given his life, so he wanted to give something back, his appreciation. So it's like he was dedicating, like they dedicated the temple.
Yeah, what gets me is Yahuwah didn't tell Noah to do that.
No.
At least I don't see where he told him to do it. And these animals were very limited at this time, and they belonged to Yahuwah. And so what gave Noah the right to slaughter these animals and kill them? But was Yahuwah disappointed? He really wasn't, was he? Go ahead, Ross.
Getting back to the dove is representative of the Ruach in coming to Yahusha. And so I think that's what the deeper meaning is besides the oil. I mean, that's where the oil would come to. Because
Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, so sorry, back to the offerings. It sounds like when you read 21, like you can really feel that Yahuwah does feel emotions, feel even the great compassion that he felt in this moment that Noah made this offering, because as you said, he took one of every clean beast. That's a lot, especially at this time. Like you said, there's not that many. He took one of every single one as, this to esteem him or to honor him. And I don't know, I feel like when you read the next part, and Yahuwah smelled a soothing fragrance, and Yahuwah said in his heart, never again shall I curse the ground because of man, although the inclination of man's heart is evil. He could really feel, for me when I read that, it seems like he could really feel this compassion of even this struggle of the 40 days on the sea and this whole thing that was gone through because of man. He decided to do this, right? And then he makes this promise to never do it this way again.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like it does seem like Yahuwah showed some remorse here. And he kind of weighed it out and thought, well, the good outweighs the bad as far as men's, man's worshiping heart, his love for Yahuwah versus man's heart of evil from his youth. And he weighed it out, and then it seemed like the scale came out in man's favor here. But it doesn't seem like he had decided that, at least on a literal basis of conversing until Noah did these burnt offerings, which just kind of blows my mind. I mean, that's a lot of burnt offerings, as you pointed out. I mean, that's a lot of animals, man. I mean, they didn't do this in an hour or one day. I mean, this was a lot of species. And it kind of shows that, I don't know, just it kind of projects the upcoming sacrifices that Israel's going to make. It's every day they made sacrifices to Yahuwah on the second temple, and the blood just run down off of that altar like a river every day. An incredible amount of carnage they used, to the point where Yahuwah got sick of it. But, it's just maybe kind of a type or foreshadow of that and what's coming. I mean, I don't know. Anybody else have any thoughts, comments, questions on this? This seems kind of odd to me. Go ahead, Chance. Can't hear you, bro.
In Romans 11, I went to the wild olive tree and the olive tree and the fatness, and kind of tried to get a little bit of an understanding. Or if they're casting away is the restoration to the favor of the world. So perhaps what's coming to me, as far as this dove and this olive tree would be like, the restoration of favor, and perhaps all these offerings of animals were like peace offering and giving thanks to Yahuwah, because that dove came back with that branch, that leaf, which is, letting Nuach know that there's dry land, and it's the restoration to favor of the world, and that's, we know that the olive tree is symbolic to Yashrael, and the dove came back with it as like a gift, because Noach would have never known there was dry land unless that dove came back with that olive branch or that olive leaf. So once all that came, Noach found dry land and built an altar to Yahuwah, giving thanks, maybe a peace offering, burnt offering.
Yeah, the 7 days, man, can be seen as a millennium. And the dove could be the Ruach, and of course the olive branch being Israel. And he sent out the dove, which did not return to him again, could be, in the 5th and 6th day with the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh. Be a secret prophecy here. But back up here in 10, it says, and he waited yet another 7. That could be another millennium. And again, he sent the dove out from the ark. See that? And, you know, where's that part about the olive branch at? I lost it.
Verse 11 or in Romans.
No, I'm talking about here in Genesis.
Oh,
It's
chapter 8, verse 11.
Oh, yeah, 11. Okay. And, okay, so, and the dove came to him in the evening, and see a fleshly plucked olive leaf in its mouth. And Noah knew that the man had descended from the rats. And he waited yet another 7 days and sent out the dove, which did not return to him again. And so then there was the outpouring of the Ruach. I mean, so see, you can see the Ruach HaKodesh was given over all these millenniums, but up to the 5th millennium, at the outpouring of the Ruach, is when it didn't come back, because it was an outpouring. Oh, and the sons and the daughters. You see what I'm getting at there, man? There seems to be a type of secret prophecy in this passage.
So is
But
that the
still,
prophecy?
what, Sandra?
Is that the prophecy of his first coming and his second coming?
Well,
Is that what you're talking about?
it would definitely be after, the first coming, you know.
In the second
But,
coming.
Well, the second coming, no. The second coming lights out, no more chances. But my thing of here's back to 20 about the killing of all these animals, and Noah took it upon himself to do that, but yet the sweet smelling fragrance entered into the nostrils of Yahuwah, and it caused him to have remorse on what he did. It's what it appears. Go ahead, Roz.
Abel was the first one to offer a burnt offering. So that would have already been done. When he had.
Yeah, it's kind of like they didn't know about it, building an altar and sacrifice, and obviously they knew. But I guess what I'm saying is, why did Noah take it upon himself to decide he was going to build an altar and sacrifice all them animals? And that's a lot of animals. That wasn't just one little lamb. Now it says he sacrificed one. He took of every clean beast and every clean bird and offered burnt offerings on the altar. That's some serious stuff going on right there. Letha, go ahead.
It's kind of like the first fruits, no? Because now they're on this new earth that's like fully cleansed. And then so he offered up like one of every animal as like the first, the first fruit.
That's a pretty good point, I guess. Do you think that these animals had babies, and Noah took of the first fruits, took of their babies? Or does it say, and he took of every clean beast and every clean bird? Does that mean of the ones that were on the ark, or could that have been their offspring?
I mean, certain things wouldn't have, like in 40 days, an elephant wouldn't be born, for example. But it doesn't mean that there wasn't already a pregnant elephant on board.
That's ginger.
So it's hard to say. Nothing really tells you that. But.
I know, baby.
Yeah, it's definitely an intriguing thought. Any other thoughts, comments, questions on this? Anything else come into mind at all? Well, obviously, these sacrifices, these burnt offerings, caused Yahuwah to make an oath, a covenant, that he would never do this again. And so it's a good thing that Noah did it. It seemed to trigger the covenant. could they have been talking on the ark? Could they have been saying something like, man, if this rain never stops and we get on the land, man, I'm gonna worship and praise Yahuwah by sacrificing all these clean animals to him, and appreciation of him delivering us out of this storm. I mean, this had to be horrifying to begin with for them, because it had never rained on the earth yet. And then all of a sudden, wow. I mean, the worst possible thunderstorm ever hits. The first one to hit was the worst of them all. So they had to be horrified to begin with. So can you imagine them inside the ark freaking out? And something they've never even seen before at this magnitude? Roz?
It wasn't just what they saw, it's what they heard. They had to hear everything die.
Or maybe they were. Yeah, possibly. I mean, they were locked up inside this big, huge ark. The walls were very thick, and there was pitch in between them, and they were bundled up in there. And all the animal noises inside, the creaking of the wood, the pouring down of the rain, the lightning, the thunder. I'm not too sure how much they actually heard inside that ark. Maybe they did. I don't know. Sandra?
The amazing part is that Yahuwah said this in his heart. So I want to know, how did they know that he said that in his heart? Yeah. He was thinking it with him.
Because of man, although the inclination of man's heart is evil from his youth, and never again smite all the creatures as I have done, as long as the earth remains, seed time, harvest, cold, winter.
I'm grateful for that, because he said, remember when, who was it? When Cain sinned, he cursed the ground. He cursed the ground when Adam sinned. But then he said, since man is just desperately evil, I'm not going to do this. But he was saying this in his heart. He didn't verbalize this.
Well, I say Yahuwah smelled it, a sweet, soothing fragrance, and said in his heart, which would basically to himself, he said that to himself. And so your question is, how did the writer of Genesis, which was Moses, know that Yahuwah had this inner thought? And I'm sure that Yahuwah revealed it to him, because Moses wouldn't have known to write any of this without taking dictation from the Ruach. I mean, I'm sure Yahuwah is the one that told him what to say, gave him all the words to write.
I agree with you on that, from that perspective, knowing that Musha wrote it. Because that's how Dawood wrote a lot of those songs, was under the Ruach.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, he smelled a soothing fragrance, and he's got a heart and a mind. I mean, he sounds like he's in a body here to me. Chance?
It's almost like Noah, when he built the ark, is another ark of the covenant. It's a covenant for the restoration, the favor of life. So it's like another foreshadow. And even Musha was in a wicker ark, so there's like a lot of arks in the water. We got Noah's ark, then you got Musha, who was laid in the river in an ark too. There's a lot of symbology behind that, but it seems like Noach his ark was the ark of a covenant of life, given that rainbow, the sign, and then what Talitha was saying about the first fruits coming out of that ark, firstborn. Because over here, Abel made a good offering, which was his firstborn of his flock. So, coming now until then, maybe, Noah picked up this this tradition.
Yeah, that would be speculation because I don't think, unless I'm missing something here, I don't think there's any mention of altars and sacrifices between Abel and Noah. Was there? I don't know. And so, if they were, and they were continuously offering things to Yahuwah on altars. It doesn't seem to be telling us that, but if they were, that would definitely be where Noah would have known about it to do it. Go ahead, Talitha. Yeah, go ahead, Talitha.
Okay. Sorry, just something came up, and this is originally why I had said the first fruits also, but then you mentioned the babies. But the reason I was also saying that is like after those 40 days, it was like a rebirth, right? So all of those animals and everybody that was in the ark, they're like on more metaphorical speaking, it's kind of like this rebirth, and then that's why they're now offered as the first fruits. I wasn't necessarily meaning that they had babies and then he offered all the babies. Like I feel like after that, also because, I know it doesn't say anything anywhere about this, but every time that I read through this story, I always imagine it that Yahuwah put all of the animals to sleep in the ark. Now we don't know that, and it doesn't say that, but somehow, like for me, that's how I've always like pictured, like how else could they, they're not like cleaning out their stalls and stuff like this. Like everyone's stuck in this space. They're not feeding the animals. I mean, that's how I feel about it. I feel like that he sustained them, and basically they're all sleeping for those days, except for maybe Noah and his family. So by the time they come back and land, then it's like, it's for me like kind of like a maybe a foreshadow of like the rebirth. And then now those are the first fruits because now that it's a new land basically, right? Because he cleaned it all, so now it's a brand new land that they're coming to, or a renewed, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Christianity kind of programs us to believe that they had brought feed and grain and all kinds of stuff into the ark to feed all the animals with, as this was all going on. And so, but there's really no evidence of that either, I don't think, in scripture. But I like what you said about the 40 days and the 40 nights being the rebirth of these animals, spiritually being cleansed through water and going through a regeneration of sorts themselves, right? But this would apply more to them being in the reign of Yahuwah than passing through the waters as the earth did. That's the only caution on that I can think of. But yeah, it's hard to say. I guess when we try to understand scriptures on a literal basis, it's probably best if we try to make it fit into our reality. You know what I'm saying? And so in our reality, it would best fit that they had taken feed upon the ark and was feeding the animals during this process, rather than Yahuwah put them into some type of time warp where they were in a deep sleep or in some type of coma through it all, and then he woke them back up. You know what I mean? But I mean, it could have happened either way. There's no doubt. But like I say, I think when we try to understand scriptures on a literal basis, we need to kind of try to make it make more sense in our reality. Kind of like when they say, "Oh, the creatures that come up out of the sea, right? The beasts that come out of the sea in Revelations, right? Is that really going to be a beast? It's going to come up out of the Pacific Ocean under the land like Godzilla and start destroying people and eating people? No. It doesn't fit in our reality because there's nothing like that exists. So why would it all of a sudden appear and start existing now, when it doesn't exist? And so we got to try to figure out, what is this talking about, and how does this fit into our reality, into our the Earth's reality, so that's the only. I mean, is it possible he put them into a deep sleep, into some type of coma for this extended period of the deluge? Yeah, of course. Yahuwah can do whatever Yahuwah wants to do. Go ahead, Sandra.
Two things. Barashith, Genesis 6:21. As for you, take up all food that is eaten and gather it to yourself, and it shall be food for you and for them. So that lets you know they had food to eat. They were not asleep. Animals do sleep after they eat, though. That's what they do. But it just came to me.
That's a good point. Yeah.
It just came to me that this 40 days and 40 nights is the wilderness experience. Remember, it was 40 days and 40 nights before Yahuwah cleansed out all those that didn't obey him and go out before he took Joshua them into the promised land. So this might be a type or a foreshadow of prophesying that this is going to happen, about them going back into the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights. If Bamidad, I think that's in Numbers chapter 6, because they didn't believe him. They were taken back into that. And during the 40 days and 40 nights is where you can get cleansed and go back unto Yahuwah. Same thing with Yahusha when he fasted 40 days and 40 nights. Then he began his ministry. I think that's the reference, the relationship there.
Yes, that's 6:21 really makes us lean way toward the fact that they weren't sleeping. They were eating because they put food in it for them, But, the 40 days and the 40 nights can also align with the coming of the great light and the lesser light too, huh? Life, right? Other than death. Anybody else? Ross, go ahead.
Well, I still kind of lean towards the putting to sleep, because if anybody's ever been in a zoo, my ex used to work in the zoo. He was a curator of the swamp exhibit. Do you know how big an elephant's dung is? Just the size of what they do, the sheer size.
Yeah.
And there was only 8 people. And so they had to clean it all. And so, that's a lot. And they do it every day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, because they were all eating roughage, right? So what about if the part in 6:21 was the spiritual food, just like we get? Because it says everything with a breath will praise the Father Yahuwah in the end. Everything. That's trees, that's animals, that's fish, that's birds, people, everything.
Yeah, if we're talking about Yahuwah and we're going to go out on the limb, we can go ahead and say Yahuwah slowed down their digestive system as well. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we can go on and on with that. But the fact remains that what Sandra pointed out there is huge. As for you, take of all food that is eaten and gather it to yourself, and it shall be food for you and for them. You know, now is he talking about all the animals? Yeah, because if you back up in the 19, that's what he starts talking about. You know, and so the them would be the animals, not his family. Okay, so I mean, we can play with that all day long. But like I say, I like to keep it in our reality. Did they? Could they have shoveled all the manure and everything out throw it out into the water? Yeah, they could have. You know, I mean, we can sit here and go crazy over this. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, June.
You know, I was thinking about those fish. I don't really think that I think they were as special as everything else. It's just Yahuwah, who has made our environment, knows where we survive best. It would have been silly to have taken the fish out and tried to put them in the ark. I've actually heard people say, oh, you know, they took this and put it in a glass or whatever. I don't know, but he knows the ecosystem, and he knows that he protected those flesh also because he already had them in that environment. So he protected those because they were already in the environment of their protection and where they had life. So that's just what I wanted to add.
Yeah. One of you commentaries, you know, see that guy Inspiring Media there? Put him in timeout. Go ahead, Ross.
You got and I lost my train of thought of what I was going to say. Never mind. I'll come back.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Ross.
Years ago, when I was still in the world, and I remember a movie, and it was Star Trek. And in this particular Star Trek, the Earth was going to be destroyed by this invading other world batch of creatures. And it was because they didn't hear the sound of the whale, because the whales had been killed so much. That came to my mind about it. That was probably truth in plain sight, because they do tell us truth in plain sight. The fact that the animals that were in the water didn't die, you know, that's leading, you know what I mean? What I had said before about the water being the living water, that they were already set up in there, that they were with him more maybe than what everything else was, because they were already breathing something different than the air. They got their air, although whales get the air from the atmosphere, but they're still labeled as, they're not labeled as mammals in the creatures. When he's speaking of clean and unclean animals, they're listed as fish, the great fish, I believe is how they're described.
Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, thank you, Sandra, for pointing out about the food, because it's something that I thought of many times. But I also wanted to say,
all esteem to Yahusha is written in the word. I wish I had that capability, but I don't.
Yeah. You know, it's just interesting because Mark was saying, like, to bring things back to the reality. But I guess when I think of Yahuwah and the things that he's done, it's like my mind goes somewhere like totally out of our reality, because he's just so powerful, and like our brains are way too small to even ever be able to comprehend like certain things that he does, you know, and we just get like little pieces, like we're getting like little bites when we read through this, but he is just so magnificent and so powerful that there's just like we don't have it, we can't ever begin to understand, you know, what he's capable of doing. So it's just, anyway, it's just an interesting thought.
Yeah, and I was speaking of literal, so I said literal. You know, when we try to understand the literal meaning of scriptures, we need to keep it in our reality, because that's what it is. It's given to the mind of the flesh. It is our reality. When we go off into the spiritual realm, the sky's the limit. You know, so that's what I was talking about, was the literal. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? So apparently this covenant was given to everyone, even the fish, everything. Go ahead, Ross.
And Yonah 1:17, the whale is described as a fish. It was in the belly of the fish.
And big fish, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, in Yonah, that's not really talking about a fish, it's talking about the grave. But I wanted to say in this statement, he is not saying that he's not going to destroy the earth again. He's saying, I won't destroy it again for this reason. Because there is going to be a destruction coming, but it won't be for this reason. Because mankind as a whole, his heart is evil from his youth. And never again am I going to smite all living creatures as I have done, as long as the earth remains, seed time, harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, Yom and Lila shall not cease. In other words, he's not saying that he's not going to this, because they got a teaching out there that as long as there is seed time and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, day and night, that the earth is not going to be destroyed. That's not what that statement is saying. Because it is going to be destroyed, as we see in Revelation. But this time, not by water. Mankind is destroying it by doing disobedience to Yahuwah. And with all of his little adventures and stuff. Anytime we sin, we bring destruction on ourselves. And I think we need to take heed of that, understand that. Because that's a false teaching out there.
Yeah, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, which would include the marine life, and never again let the Mayim become a flood to destroy all flesh. And so he's just saying he's not going to destroy the earth with water ever again, but obviously he will with fire. Chance?
I was just reading about the 40 days and 40 nights, and this is something you put me onto a while ago, Mark, is when Yahuwah led Yashrael through the wilderness, their sandals neither wore out on their garments neither wore out on them, they neither ate nor drank. This is spiritual. This 40 number here is Yahuwah alone sustains us and provides for us. By his great power, we are sustained. You know, he for Yahuwah, Your Elohim has blessed you in all the work of your hand. He has known your wanderings through the great wilderness. These 40 years, Yahuwah, your Elohim, has been with you, and you have not lacked any matter. So I really like that. And it's, even in the beginning here with Nuwak, 40 years, 40 days, they lacked nothing. Rest assured, Yahuwah was there to provide for them,
Yeah.
He kept
Yeah,
them
that
alive.
number
That's why he offered that offering. He was
40
happy.
is significant for sure. A lot of significance in the number 40. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Give me a reader for number 10 or 9. I mean, go ahead, Joe.
There you go.
Chapter 9. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, bear fruit and increase and fill the earths.
Okay, stop. What does that mean, that command? What exactly does that mean to do in layman terms? A chance?
repopulate.
Okay, procreate. What else? Roz?
The fruit of the Ruach.
Sandra?
I agree with Chance. It's talking about increasing, repopulate the earth, because I've just wiped out mankind. I need you to increase and become. He's going to repopulate the earth.
Okay, what else? Is that command? What's he telling them?
Tell them to fill the earths.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Is it sort of like what we're supposed to do winning beans? Now that we come into the knowledge of the truth, we're supposed to be bringing forth others, bear fruit, and increase, and fill the earths. You gotta remember, everything's been wiped out.
Go ahead, Ross.
His righteousness too. He doesn't want it to be like it was before, so it would have to be with his righteousness, with his ways, rather than filling it the other, with something. So that's where the fruit of the Spirit, the fruit of the Ruach is. He wanted them to bear fruit with numbers of people, creating all these different tribes, but also to be different than what he had just destroyed.
Okay, so he's telling them to procreate and spread out. And they disobeyed him, didn't they? Did they disobey him as far as the procreation part goes?
Mm-mm.
No. So what did they disobey him? By telling them to spread out. Look at their disobedience in Genesis 11:4. And they said, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top is in the Shemaim, and make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered over all the face of the earths. That's what he commanded them to do. Instead, they built a city. They didn't want to be scattered. They wanted to stick together. So they were disobeying the very first thing he told them to do when they came off the ark. Everybody seeing that? So they didn't learn much, did they? I mean, their first act of was disobedience. They're sticking together. They didn't spread out like he told them to. Go ahead, Chance.
I see what you're getting at up here, Mark. In chapter 9, it says bear fruit. Yahusha tells us to bear fruit. It's our behavior, to bear fruit in our behavior. Is that what you're kind of getting at, Mark? Like bear fruit by obedience in our behavior. And they obviously fell from that. Is that kind of what you were getting at right there?
Yeah, and increase.
Okay.
And procreate and spread out. Spread out around the whole earth. Fill the earth, spread out. But they did not do that. Any thoughts, comments, questions on that? Relate that to chapter 11, verse 4. Okay, let's continue on, Joe.
9:2. And the fear of you and the dread of you is on every beast of the earths, on every bird of the Shamaim, on all that creeps on the ground, and on all the fish of the sea. Into your hand they have been given. Every moving creature that lives is food for you. I have given you all, as I gave the green plants. But do not eat flesh with its life, its blood.
Okay, stop. All right. So this is here something we really need to understand. So the fear of man was, and the dread of man was put into the heart of every beast. All right. And it wasn't really man, was it? Because, lions and tigers and bears and wolves, I mean, they're not stupid. They know they can tear a man apart fairly easy. So what was the fear that Yahuwah had put on in the animals of man? What was the fear that would hold the animals, the beasts, back from man, from destroying man? Remember, there was only 8 men, too. There was only 8 humans. So the animals overwhelmingly, was more than men. Go ahead, Roz.
The fear would have been of Yahuwah, who was there, would take care of them, the humans.
Yeah, so the fear was the image of Yahuwah that men were made in. And that's what's the fear of the animals had. He had given the animals was the fear of his image. And so when they see man, they see the image of Yahuwah and they run. Okay, so in all that creeps on the earth and the fish, into your hands they have been given. Now, very carefully, every moving creature that lives is food for you. I have given you all as I gave the green plants, but do not eat flesh with its life, its blood. All right, so is this Yahuwah telling them now that they've come off the ark, that they're allowed to eat anything they want to? And if not, why not? That's what it sounds like, don't it? Chance?
Didn't Yahuwah show Nuach clean and unclean?
Right.
So yeah, I think you'd have a healthy understanding of what's clean and unclean and what's. Is this the first? It seems to be like this is the first time they were introduced to the possibility of eating flesh, as long as you don't eat the blood.
Yeah. So Noah and his offspring already knew what was clean and unclean. They just didn't know they were allowed to eat it until right now. And so when they came off the ark, Yahuwah let them know that they can eat flesh. And so from this point on, flesh eats flesh. No longer are they just vegetarian. Noah knew that the unclean animals were not food. So he totally disregarded them as anything even remotely close to be in food that they could eat. He knew that they weren't allowed, that they were unclean. He had just spent 40 days and 40 nights on the ark with the clean and the unclean. He absolutely knew which ones were food and which ones were not. As soon as Yahuwah told him, gave them permission, revealed to them that they were allowed to eat flesh. Flesh could eat flesh. Assume flesh at this point. Anybody seen anything in this? Comments, thoughts, questions? Chandra?
So it appears to me, and I could be wrong, verse 4, and do not eat flesh with its life, its blood, because it goes down to verse 6. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood is shed. For in the image of Elohim, he has made man. This is the answer to your question. You had said, why did they fear him? Fear of Yahuwah's image was in man.
Mm-hmm.
That's
else?
Just verification. That's all.
Yeah. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on all this? Okay, so no longer is everything. This wasn't just, for man. He was talking to all the beasts too, wasn't he? The only problem is it says, do not eat flesh with its life, its blood, but the animals do. So what does that mean? Roz?
That's why they were already labeled as unclean, because he knew that they would be eating the flesh with the blood.
Ah, very good. Very good. Yeah. Does the clean eat flesh? Clean animals? They don't, do they? Just the unclean eat the blood. All right. All right. That's good stuff, man. Any thoughts, comments, questions? So at this point, then, man's no longer a vegetarian. Flesh can eat flesh. Man has become a flesh eater. Is that not ironic? Man has become a flesh eater. All right. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, sorry, just a question about, because you're saying that the clean, or this is what I understood, maybe I understood it wrong. Were you saying that the clean animals don't eat blood? Like they don't eat other animals?
The clean animals that we're allowed to eat are food for us don't.
Because
they do,
birds,
right?
Because birds do. I mean, birds eat like chickens, quails, like all the birds eat bugs. Like they eat life.
Yeah, they do.
They don't just eat. Okay, so then,
that's true.
And I mean, it does talk about, like, it maybe doesn't talk about chickens specifically, but it does talk about quail somewhere in scripture, which I can't remember where at the moment, but like about eating it.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
we're allowed to eat certain birds, and anyway, that's
But I
the
was thinking more along the lines of cattle and deer and elk and stuff like that. Big animals,
Yeah, no, but I was just wondering, because then maybe, like, does that mean maybe we're not supposed to eat birds? But it does say
we're allowed to eat some birds, yeah.
Okay.
Certain birds we can eat.
Okay.
Certain birds we cannot eat. It doesn't mean that the clean animals did not become unclean.
Mm-hmm.
And just like humans, humans can become unclean too.
Yes, but even like I'm not just talking about what's raised, like what people farm, but I'm saying, like, even outside, if you see the birds, like, what do they give their children? They go for like a worm or for bugs that are around, right?
Right.
So even if you see a pack of wild I don't know, it's not called a pack, I guess a flock of wild quails walking through, like they're picking out the bugs from the ground.
Right.
But we're allowed to eat quails. So anyway, I was more curious than anything of just, to decipher like that we are actually allowed to eat them or not.
Well, there is that, I guess, little bit of an exception there. I wasn't thinking about them eating worms and insects of the birds that we can eat, but you got a vital point. I was thinking more along the lines of what unclean animals are, the ones that can, that chew the cud, the split hoof, that kind of stuff. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, along what she's saying, Talitha's saying, what if chickens and turkeys and all that were not clean and quails were not clean back then? What if they were on the other side? But it's the dove that he keeps speaking of in it as being clean, because it represents the ruach, it represents so many different things. And what they eat is seeds. They don't eat bugs, because they have the gullet that it goes into. So
Yeah, anybody else? Chance, go ahead.
Yeah, my understanding with the clean and unclean animals is Yahuwah created an order of things. Like each animal cleans up. Some animals that are unclean clean up dead carcasses and take in the, like pigs and vultures and stuff. They clean up the road, kind of like a vacuum cleaner cleans up your carpet. So when you go ahead and start messing with the order of things, you can potentially have yourself some parasitic worms and other infections. So Yahuwah is not only, he's protecting us because he is the creator of all. And each animal has its own order of things and what to do, So if we go ahead and start defiling ourselves and eating things, not only are we disobeying Yahuwah, but we can end up with a parasitic worm that can potentially kill us. You know what I mean? So there's a lot there, you know what I mean? And it's very important that we understand between clean and unclean, because you could easily go on Google and look at a pig running through a farm with a big old white thing hanging out his backside, and it's quite disgusting, so it's, I believe Yahuwah, man. I'm gonna obey.
Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, just on what Chance was saying, maybe like 2 years ago, my children and I went to this farm, and we were with our friends who do eat unclean animals, and we were near the pigs, right? And I saw them, and oh my goodness, I was so disgusted when I saw them and how they were acting and the noises they were making and how they eat. I was just like literally like about to throw up in my mouth. And that was even before I was totally like, so that was probably like 3 or 4 years ago, before I was totally like not eating, like only eating clean. And my friend like turns to us and he's like, "Oh, isn't it great to see them in like in their natural environment? Don't they look like so great?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh," like total opposite of what I was thinking, because I literally wanted to throw up on the spot. They look so disgusting. So I see what you're saying in terms of that. I was just checking more because I found it's somewhere. It was in Psalms, and Yahuwah brings them quail. And anyway, so that's why I was asking, because quails do eat bugs and things like that. So I was more curious about that aspect. But I do know that some animals are very obviously unclean also.
I don't think all bugs have blood, though.
Okay, that could be true. That makes sense.
There's unclean bugs and clean bugs. Remember, Yahukanandi and Mercer ate wild locusts and honey.
Yeah, most insects don't have red blood to speak of, like we do. They don't have red blood. Some do, but most don't.
So I guess it would be kind of safe to say that most chicken is not clean at this point then, because chickens, like I've seen them, I mean, we're raising our own chickens here, so we're not feeding them any of their own meat, but I've known people who have chickens and they feed them like chicken bones and the leftovers of the other chicken that they eat at dinner and stuff like that. So they've kind of turned into bottom feeders at this point.
Chickens are nasty to me because they eat their own poop. They eat whatever's on that ground, they're going to suck it up. I've seen chickens. My grandmother used to raise chickens, and they nasty. I don't like chicken.
So I guess it's time to switch to quail farming.
Okay, so it says here, it says, let me see, where is it? You've undoubtedly heard that chickens are omnivores, meaning they eat both meat and I just lost my spot. Meaning they eat both meat and plants. But did you know that quail are considered granivores? So if it wasn't confusing enough, another vor to learn about. So granivores have a diet that consists mainly of grains and seeds. However, this does not mean that they won't eat the kind of things that most birds enjoy, like bugs, worms, and plant matter. In the wild, there are many different breeds of quail living all over the world. There are more than 130 breeds that live in a variety of habitats. To make things a little easier, focus on the most commonly raised breeds in a domestic setting and explore their natural habitat. So since the bobwhite quail is a popular breed, examine it first and set up a house in the grasslands in North America. And they spend their time in fields rich with seeds and grains, mostly soybean fields and corn. So it sounds like their choice of food, and if their choice of food is grains, is not available or in short supply, they have no qualms about seeking bushy fruits and nuts like raspberries, acorns, and currants. And lastly, if nothing else, the quail will consume a few insects here and there. So it doesn't sound like, that's what they prefer to eat. But then, like I said, not all insects have red blood either. So I've never squashed a grasshopper and saw red blood come out of them. Did I remember? Anyway, I don't think so. So I don't know. I mean, we can get real nitpicky here and drive ourselves crazy, but Leviticus 11 pretty much lays out the guidelines for it all. Leviticus 11. Anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions? Talitha?
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to stay on this too long, but just one more thing that, something that I noticed since I have been eating clean is like they throw pig gelatin in pretty much everything, and other pork derivatives also. Like it's quite infuriating actually, because you go and you literally have to read everything because they just put it into so many things. You just never know. So the majority of people at this point are, even who try to eat clean, are eating unclean.
Yeah, somebody was saying that marshmallows and Lucky Charms is made out of pig. I was researching that, and that's not really true. It can be made out of beef as well, or some other type of animal, but I think it's the clotting that they're trying to get. But even so, if you read about it, they refine that so much and mix it with other stuff to the point where it's not, you can't even recognize it as a pig. I mean, you got to be a fanatic to consider a marshmallow and Lucky Charms as a pig, at least in my opinion.
It's in
Go ahead.
yogurt. It's in toothpaste.
Yeah,
It's
it can be.
It's in
If you want
bread.
toothpaste as a pig, go for it, man. I personally, I don't see it. I mean, I find it kind of silly myself. I mean, like I said, there's a such thing that you can cross the line and become a fanatic too,
Read the
But
label.
they,
Read the label.
they said that they refined those marshmallows so much that it doesn't even come close to even resemble anything close to being a pig. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you have to be a chemist with a microscope to even begin to try to even say that those are made of pig. You know what I mean? Research it one time for yourself. Talitha, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, what I was kind of like pointing at was more that just like the hand of Satan that comes in and just like takes these little remnants, even though they're not like, you're right. I went to this guy because he had pepperettes and it said all beef. And I said, okay, well, what's the pepperette wrapped in? Does that have pork in it? And he's like, well, technically, scientifically, it doesn't have any pork in it, but it is a derivative of pig. Right? So it's like basically what you're saying. Like at this point, there's no nutrition. He says there's no nutritional value like linking back to pork. So that's why they don't have to write it on the ingredients. But it's still ultimately somewhere down the line came from pig. So all I was trying to say is more that it's interesting, throughout, not just through food, but through food and through everything that we do, how Satan works and like creeps in to kind of everything, right? So that it's making even those who are trying to follow, they're still, slipping. Not intentionally, but.
Yeah, and this is right here this is not exact truth, okay? This is what's being circulated out there on the internet. And it's not true, man. Gelatin is not always derived from pig. Okay, they use various animal sources, not just pigs, to create gelatin. And so they use cows, fish, poultry, and pig to make different types of gelatin. Okay, so it's not always pig. So you can't really say that. And so it would take probably quite a bit of research to figure out whether or not they even say in a box of Lucky Charms, if one box contains gelatin made of pork and the other box contains gelatin made of cow or fish or poultry, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, because they're taking the scraps. They're taking all the scraps. You never know what's in any box. It's a surprise.
Yeah, you're not going to know. I mean, it's so far away from anything that's even related. It's like I said, it's almost being a fanatic. I mean, you can check the labels if you're really that freaked out over it, and check the product labels to determine the source of the gelatin. In most foods, they probably tell you, but I mean, this is kind of like what we're just talking about with the quails and stuff. I mean, every once in a while, maybe they will eat something that'll make them unclean or whatever, but basically not by choice, doesn't make them any less unclean, does it? Not to the point where Yahuwah says, okay, everybody, stop eating quail right now. That sucker ate a worm with blood in it. You're no longer clean. Where scriptures say that? So, you know what I'm saying? You can be a fanatic too. So, I know this has been circulating out there for a long time, but not necessarily totally true. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, I know this is quite a tangent here, but this is something that got placed upon me. This stuff called monoglyceride can be derived from pig fat, right? And if you go to like a gas station out here and you get like a little thing of cupcakes, you can see right on the back that frosting or whatever's in there, it is just awful. And it got put to me, and I was like, okay, I like these little cupcakes. I'm a little fat boy, I'll eat some of this stuff, and I'm getting into it. I'm looking at the ingredients, and it just slapped me. And he's like, look at this real quick. And I was like, okay. And I looked, and man, I won't touch another cupcake. I am seared in my conscience, boy. That is not coming. I won't even look at the box anymore. That is, if you ever understand like how disgusted you get with something that it gives you chills, you're like, like, oh, I can't even come by that stuff no more. And that was like a little, I work out, but I'm kind of a fat kid. You know what I mean? I'll eat some stuff, And that monoglyceride stuff, it said, here, I got it pulled up. A monoglyceride can be derived from pig fat, but does not have to be it. Can also come from vegetable oils or be synthesized. Just the possibility, and I know this nation is so damn pagan, it's awful. Everything around me is just pagan and disgust. So is it pig fat? You bet your bottom dollar on it. It's pig fat, because this nation wants nothing more than just to fill you full of it. So if they're going to get you, they will. Pig is on every street corner here. I don't know about you guys, but I go in my house and look left, right, up, down. There's pig being served here. This is a pagan nation. We have to, so I don't know. It's good that we're washing each other's feet here, trying to clean up our walk. If it is for you, then, but it is quite a rabbit hole to go down. You could limit yourself to a piece of bread. That's how bad this road can get so low. You won't even want to eat nothing but bread and peanuts. I'm telling you, at some point, monoglyceride though. Be careful with that one. That one got me. That one got put into my head. And I looked at it and I just won't touch it no more. But I'm thankful.
Yeah, but you got to watch out for those peanuts too, because I heard that they take that pig manure and they go spread it out over those peanut fields. So watch out for peanuts too.
Yeah, our water. We got to watch out for our water too.
That's right. Yeah, you might be in pig might have took a bath in the water you drink. You never know. Go ahead, Roz.
I have called up places to see what kind of gelatin that they use. And I've called up for, like Angel Soft. That one doesn't use gelatin. Sparkle doesn't use pig gelatin. You actually have to ask them with it. But on things that are listed as bovine, they will label it as bovine. They won't, but things that have got pork in it will list it as pork. But as far as marshmallows, there's actually a plant called a marshmallow that you can make vegan marshmallows out of it. It doesn't have to come out of gelatin. Gelatin just makes it an easy, quick fix with it. But you can get the marshmallow, or it grows in the marsh wild over here in Louisiana. It's in the hibiscus family. And so you can get that, and that's how you can make your own vegan marshmallows.
Yeah, my wife makes her own marshmallows. You know what I mean? Don't ask me how she does it, but she does. And her sounds like Talitha does too. So I don't know. She makes her own whipped cream too. My wife does. So I don't know. Don't know how she does it, but she does. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I prefer the vegan capsules, you know, and stuff like that. But definitely don't like to do the gelatin if I can avoid them for sure, because you never know. You know, they can even tell you it's from beef, and then it's from pig. I mean, they could forge the label if they're satanic and they really want to trick everybody. You know, do you really trust the label? You know, I mean, so we can get really deep down this rabbit hole. But I think we've kicked this dead horse good hard enough here. So, let's see now. Where do we leave off at, Joe?
We're starting back at 9:5.
9:5. Okay, let's just go ahead and move on here.
9:5. But only your blood for your lives I require. From the hand of every beast I require it, and from the hand of man. From the hand of every man's brother I require the life of man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood is shed, for in the image of Elohim has he made man. As for you, bear fruit and increase. Bring forth timidly in the eretz and increase in it. And Elohim spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the birds, of the cattle, and of every beast of the eretz with you, and all that go out of the ark, every beast of the eretz. And I shall establish my covenant with you, and never again is all flesh cut off by the mayhem of the flood, and never again is there a flood to destroy the eretz. And Elohim said, This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for all generations to come. I shall set my rainbow in the cloud, and it shall be for the sign of the covenant between me and the eretz. And it shall be, when I bring a cloud over the eretz, that the rainbow shall be seen in the cloud, and I shall remember my covenant which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh, and never again let the mayhem become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the rainbow shall be in the cloud, and I shall see it, to remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is on the eretz. And Elohim said to Noah, This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is on the eretz. And the sons of Noah who went out of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham was the father of Canaan. These three were the sons of Noah, and all the eretz was overspread from them. And Noah, a man of the soil, began and planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and was drunk, and became uncovered in his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brothers outside. So Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father. But their faces were turned away, and they did not see their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and he knew what his younger son had done to him. And he said, Cursed is Canaan. Let him become a servant of servants to his brothers. And he said, Blessed be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shem, and let Canaan become his servant. And Elohim enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan become his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. So all the Yamin of Noah were 950 years, and he died.
All right, so Noah lived to be 950 years old. Okay, so let's see now. We have this covenant, sign of a covenant, which is a rainbow. And who is this sign of the covenant, this rainbow, given to? Who owns it? Sandra?
Nuak. Is the sign. That's the Noatic covenant.
Yeah. Who's it given to?
Given to Noach and his seed. And all of mankind, really.
And every living creature of all flesh that is on the earths. This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is on the earths. So does not this sign of the covenant, this rainbow, belong to all flesh? Does it not? Is it not a covenant that every single person, all flesh, is part of this covenant with Yahuwah? Is it not? Yes, it is. And so, what do y'all think about these factions we got nowadays claiming the rainbow as a sign for their perversion? Is this something that should be tolerated? Is this something that, is this a sin for them to do that? Is it disrespectful for the rest of flesh that they're doing this? Because it belongs to them as well, but not solely, does it? Talita?
I mean, I think it's a mockery, right? It's just like laughing in our faces and laughing in the face of Yahuwah. I don't know. They took this covenant that meant something very beautiful and have perversed it.
Yeah, they've tried to make it mean something else, haven't they? It's almost to the point now where people look at the rainbow and instead of Yahuwah's promise and his covenant coming to mind, homosexuality pops into their mind. Is that a sin? Go ahead, Chance.
Kind of makes you think if you buy a t-shirt with a rainbow on the front of it and you go do some shopping, you might get approached by the wrong type of people. You might find yourself offended. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think it's people that walked away from the way and have an improbate mind and are burning in the lusts for each other and they are provoking Yahuwah, but Yahuwah cannot be provoked. He laughs at them and they're being recompensed to their face. Look what they're doing to themselves. You know what I mean? They're trying to provoke Yahuwah, but Yahuwah isn't of that nature. They're still alive, breathing life, so Yahuwah is kind and loving, but at the same time, they are trying to provoke him, and that's unfortunate for us, but it's hard to watch, because I'm attached and I love Yahuwah, my father, and I don't really like seeing it. It riles me up a little bit, but I do see what you're saying.
Go ahead, Roz.
Their rainbow actually has 6 in it, or it'll have an extra color, another color like pink in it, other than the true colors that are in the rainbow. So they change it. But then there's other times also that they'll use the traditional one, but for most part, they use rainbows that have been devalued.
Yeah, I think the rainbow that doesn't have the 7 natural colors in it is a mockery of the knowledge of Yahuwah. Is why they do that. So it's like, so it'd be Romans 1, 28. And even as they did not think it worthwhile to possess the knowledge of Yahuwah. See that? it's kind of a mockery of his knowledge. Go ahead, Talitha.
You know, the truth is, it doesn't matter what the colors that they use or they don't use, because the whole thing is like, it's kind of like, you know, when Mark was talking about the colors and he said, you know, when you think of red, white, and blue, automatically you think of the U.S. flag. Well, when you think of rainbow, automatically the majority of the world is not thinking of the covenant. They're thinking of something else. When somebody says rainbow or has a flag of a rainbow or has, like, you know, shows you wears a shirt like Chance was saying of a rainbow, you know, that they're not thinking of the covenant of Yahuwah. They're thinking something else. Like, now it has been corrupted. Like, it has been, like, the symbol itself, you know, like no matter what, if it's different colors or not, it doesn't change the corruption that's happened to it.
Yeah. Should we allow that? Should we go along with that? Or should we stand up to that and claim the covenant as ours as well, and complain about them trampling on it? Roz?
Well, I used to have friends that were that way. I no longer associate with them. So that's your choice of being with the Father or being with the world. That's one of the things that you have to come out of and choose who you want to be with. And, you know, that's how I dealt with it, is not being with those kind of people. And I don't mean to really say, you know, it's fact. It's
Sandra?
So I was kind of seeing it as another form of abomination that lays waste, and a revealing of the lawlessness that it talks about. I think it's in, I'm not sure what chapter. Kepha talks about the revealing of the lawlessness, or is it Timothy? Anyway, it's just like, this is what we're in the end time. This is what they've been predestined to do, unfortunately, because his eyes are in every place, beholding the good and the evil, and he's created the wicked for his day of wrath. We should stand against all unrighteousness. That's what we do. That's our job. Natsarim branches. We're watchmen. We guard his word, and we guard his name.
Yeah, I mean, if we shy away from T-shirts with rainbows on them, or if our kids want to wear a T-shirt with the rainbow on it or something like that, and then we shy away from it or whatever, because we're afraid that people are going to see us as homosexual, are we condoning what they're doing? We're going to go ahead, Chance.
Well, you know, what do they call it? Pride, right? What does Yahuwah think about a prideful, proud heart? Also, you know, that's what the rainbow represents for them, you know, and look what's happened to them. You know, if you see a man and a man sharing conventional relations, they both have, you know, like a speech impediment, and they lost their masculinity. When two women share a conventional relationship, one ends up looking like a boy, dressing like a boy, and it's like the manly woman of the two of them, and this is a punishment handed down to them, and they're, you know, you can clearly see what's happening to them, you know what I mean? And as Natsarim, we correct, warn, and appeal, but Yahuwah is going to deal with you, you know. Yahuwah is going to deal with you, you know, and it's, we have to repent from that. But it's like if you did wear a rainbow t-shirt and did go outside your house, your whole day will be spent correcting and warning them type of people. You know, they're going to approach you because this nation has lifted that flag up, you know, as Hashatan does have authority over this generation right now, you know, and he does rule over this generation or this age of people. And he has taken our covenant sign of Yahuwah and has copycatted Yahuwah and made it some kind of defiling this, you know, it's pretty bad. You know, when you go against the order of Yahuwah, you're going to get dealt with.
Go ahead, Ross.
I wear the real rainbow. I'm not afraid to wear it. I've never been approached by someone because of wearing that or anything. I'm not afraid to wear it at all. So the thing is that I don't like the fact that they have taken it over. You know, it's really, to me, it's very disgusting that they've taken it over. Those rights that they have been given really are not the rights, you know, because that's what Sodom and Gomorrah, that's what that was, you know. So no, I don't shy away from it. I love the rainbow, wearing the colors of the rainbow, you know. So
Yeah, I don't shy away from it myself. I refuse to let them take the sign of the covenant and trample it underfoot and make me afraid of Yahuwah's sign of the covenant. I think it's a disaster, personally. I find it very offensive on the highest levels, what they're doing. And, you know, if you talk against them, you know, they want to go crazy, you know, act like spoiled children or something. So they, you know, Satan knew that what he was doing when he influenced them to adopt this sign of the everlasting covenant and pervert it is their perversion, because in a way, by doing that, they're getting a lot of people over onto their side, you know, and going along with what they're doing because people like the rainbow, you know, and so Satan, you know, he knows what he's doing, man. But look at Romans 1:32. Romans 1:32 says, who, though they know the righteousness of Yahuwah, that those who practice such deserve death, not only do the same, but also approve of those who practice them. So by approving, agreeing, going along with their agenda, by copying the attitude of let live and let live, do whatever you want, just don't bring it to my house, it's condoning it, man. And you're just as guilty as they are. It's not something we're supposed to do. Matter of fact, I'll tell anybody in a heartbeat that the rainbow is not a sign of perversion. It's a sign of the covenant. And so, does that bother you when you look at it? Look at it. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Is that bothering you? If it bothers you, you better go back and start doing some praying and repenting, because you're condoning their agenda.
How does he see it in the cloud? That's my question.
What's that?
How does he see it in the cloud? That's the part that I don't get. I'm a little slow, I guess.
How does who see it in the cloud? What are you talking about?
Yahuwah, he said, when I see it in the cloud.
Okay, it's everything's in Yahuwah, and you is in everything. You know that. Go ahead,
I've never
Jans.
seen a rainbow in a cloud.
Sure you have.
Yeah, he I just it's a good point that you brought up there, brother Mark. This nation has Gay Pride Month where they literally exalt themselves behind our Father's rainbow. You know what I mean? They don't have, I know that Yahuwah says give room to wrath, vengeance is mine. He does say that, we can boil up and get mad all we want, but we have to be an example to the nation and correct, warn, and appeal, because Yahuwah doesn't want us taking vengeance. Vengeance is his. He repays, And that picture, just for example, I was out, I'm a janitor. I was taking out the trash the other day, and it was raining, and I looked up, and I saw the most beautiful rainbow in the sky. And you know what came to mind? Yahuwah, Yahuwah. And I raised my hands and I said, Hallelujah, Yahuwah, I love you, Yahuwah, Hallelujah. Beautiful. Thank you for that sight. Thank you for that rainbow, Yahuwah. That's what came to my mind. It never once did I come with some kind of that homophobic stuff. It's a pretty bad unclean ruach in there to have people, doing this and thinking it's okay. I mean, I don't know. I can't wrap my mind around it very well. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. Is 1 + 1 3? Well, there you go. You know what I mean? I just doesn't register to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, what's why are they doing that? What would be the purpose behind them perverting the rainbow? Talita?
I think it has to do with the coming of the anti-Messiah.
Yeah.
Because they're perverting everything. I mean, even just sorry, there's like an echo. Hearing that.
It shouldn't be.
Hello?
Go ahead and try now.
Is that better? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like the great deception. It's coming so that those who love lawlessness are going to, deceived for the anti-Mashiach, and then those who keep who keep the Torah or whatever are going to, like, it's part of the process of the refining and the taking out the weeds, the tares.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that the rainbow belongs to them as well. But on the other hand, why are they perverting it? Well, the only reason can be is because they hate Yahuwah and they're mocking his word, his covenant. That's the only reason I can think of. Go ahead, Ross.
Something that always comes to mind for me is you look at Baphomet. Baphomet shows both male and female tendencies, which there's a particular name for that. And it's always made me wonder if, because there's more that you hear about being born like that now, if that is the army of Satan. Can't say it any other way.
Yeah. Sounds crazy. Go ahead, Chance.
I heard this really wild teaching. I can't remember from where it came, but it was like when Yahusha told us there's that parable where they were trying to catch Yahusha behind If a man's Asha, I mean, if an Asha's man dies, then the brother will be with her. And then if they don't bear children, the brother will be with her. And if they don't bear children, their brother. And they were trying to catch Yahusha. And they said, well, when they get up to the reign of the Shamayim, whose Asha will it be? And Yahusha said, foolish one, you'll neither be given in marriage or be in marriage because you're neither male or female. So this teaching they took and spun it around and distorted it and made like a transgender movement out of it, thinking like there's neither going to be male or female. So they have taken that Bible translation and spun it and twisted it and turned it into some kind of transgender movement behind that, you know, by that. It's another way of them taking the word. And I think, you know, with the falling away happening, people are falling away from the Torah of Yahuwah. And this is just one of many signs of that happening. It's defiling and evil coming into the world. It's just, you know, just taking his sign, taking his rainbow, going against his order. It's a falling away, twisting his words. It's a pretty deep hole there.
Yeah, absolutely. Go to 1 Corinthians 6:9. First Corinthians 6:9. Do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the reign of Yahuwah? Do not be deceived, neither those who whore, nor idolaters, or adulterers, nor effeminate, nor homosexuals, nor thieves, nor greedy of gain, nor drunkards, nor rivalers, nor swindlers shall inherit the reign of Yahuwah. So what does that mean? What's an effeminate? What does that mean?
Effeminate, someone that has overly feminine characteristics. Effeminate.
Right.
But we all have male and feminine characteristics in us because we are made from man and woman.
Yeah, but this is somebody who likes to act like a woman. They like to act like and dress like them.
Yes, overdo it.
So, nor homosexual, what's that mean?
Same sex. Yes. Homo means same.
Huh. So right there.
Arson is male and quartus is intercourse.
Yeah, so Yahuwah definitely does not approve of this. You know, they've been trying to petition to have that removed from scriptures. That's how crazy the world's getting, man.
If they had their way, they'd remove all the scriptures.
They'd throw the whole book in the trash bin if they could.
Yes, they would.
Look at all them celebrities these days doing these like strange singers wearing dresses and stuff. You know what I mean? And these are like, what do they call them? Idols? Go figure the name, huh? And they're idolizing this behavior. This is just another form of that wickedness coming upon us, you know, and we just got to stay true and steadfast to our Yahuwah, because I do see it all the time. Sometimes a commercial will be on there and there's like a man up there with a devil horns and a skirt blowing kisses, and I'm like, what is this? I just get so shook up by this stuff, and I'm just like, man, I'm looking at my children and I'm just like, man, it makes me like keep teaching Torah to my children, and it's a way of life, you know. And I was talking to my daughter about it today, and she's like, you know, she's all into it, and it's not just making her understand it's helping her understand the commandments as a way of life, you know, the path of Yahuwah. It's not just a command, it's a path that we are to follow. You know, scary stuff out there. I see it all the time. It's try to watch an awards show or something of these celebrities these days. You're gonna have a nightmare that night. Something gonna happen. They're gonna really freak you out. These it's not even really like entertainment. It's satanic stuff. It's satanic rituals. They're up there doing the most awful, evil things, and this is on center stage of the world. Millions of viewers, people are watching this live, broadcasted across your TV, brought to you in part by Shaitan. It's just, they need our help.
Good, Sandra.
Well, I was going to say, I think it's in Timothy. Thank you for that scripture I was looking for, Brother Mark, to read us. In Timothy, it says that evil men are going to wax worse and worse. So this is just words. What's happening is being fulfilled because Yahuwah prophesied that it would happen. From the chapter 32. I have not watched TV. I came to the knowledge of the truth. I realize there's many wicked spirits coming through that television, like that let's make a deal. That's the spirit of greed, trying to get gain and stuff like that. So I turned my TV off and started reading my scriptures, because everything that they're doing today, it's not nothing new. It's done before, and it's just the fulfillment of the words. He said in Yahusha 54, the waster he created to destroy. So we have to remember that. Don't let those things. We do pray for them. Hopefully, if they're one of his, whoever is one of his will believe. Whoever is predestined for eternal life, they're going to believe the declaration of truth we declare. Separate yourself from that stuff. That's like wicked ruach in it, and not watch no TV. Not for that. Listen, hi Isabella. Hear songs about Yahuwah. Watch teachings from Brother Mark and Brother Lubert. Watch a TV show. Yahuwah took that out of me, and I praise him and thank him for. I get the news from all of y'all because y'all watch it all. I don't need to be watching what the devil is doing. And some of it is Yahuwah's doing.
All right. Okay. So it says here in 18, the sons of Noah who went out from the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So out of those three boys, where did the line of King Daud come from and Yahusha? Sandra?
Shem. That's H-E-M, means name in Hebrew.
Yeah, Shem, S-H-E-M, is where the line leading up to Messiah came from. And okay, so then it says that Ham was the father of Kenan. And it said that these three, being the sons of Noah, and the Eretz was overspread by them. And Noah, a man of the soil, began and planted a vineyard. So he's like a farmer. And he drank of the wine and became drunk and became uncovered in his tent. Okay. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. And then Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it over their shoulders, and went in backwards and covered up the nakedness of their father. But their faces were turned away, and they did not see the father's nakedness. And then when Noah awoke from his wine, he knew what his younger son had done to him. And he said, cursed is Cain, and let him become a servant of servants to his brothers. Okay, so what happened here? What happened? What happened to Noah? There's a whole lot of false doctrine laid out on this passage out there. I mean, the depths are crazy. So, what do y'all think this is talking about? What happened here to Noah? Anybody? Was this an act of homosexuality? That's what the biggest interpretation is that Canaan went and had sex with Noah. Sandra, go ahead.
This is a guess because I think drunkenness to Yahuwah is being blinded by the cares of this life, overindulged in the things of this world. According to one of the right rulings, it said, "Don't look upon your father's nakedness." He, in other words, it's possible. I don't know if it's true. It's possible that when Noah did not have a covering over him, and he and his wife was exposed as well, because you will see them as one, and that's what Canaan, being a foolish son, disrespected his father and looked upon his nakedness, and that's what caused him to get that curse. But I think it was Noah's neglect in being overly, in other words, he literally got drunk. But you can be drunk ruachly in the world and things of the world and not being awakened to righteousness. If that makes any sense. That's what I kind of, he overindulged. That's one thing he did, and he didn't cover himself. He exposed himself.
Go ahead, Talitha.
It's interesting. I never thought of the aspect of the wife, like what Sandra's saying, and I've never heard the other part of like sexuality. I think the thing is, this is like later the two sons go in to cover his shoulder. So why would they do that if he was there with his wife? That to me wouldn't make sense that he would go, that they would go back into the room with them, right? They would just leave them. They wouldn't go there. I don't know. That's what whenever I read this, I always saw it as like he drank of the wine and was drunk and became uncovered in his tent. I saw it more like he was uncovered. Yes, he was uncovered. He was not wearing anything, but also it was about sin. I always thought this was to do with sin. So the children saw him, the son saw him in some sort of like committing a sin. Sorry, there's a really bad echo, so it's very distracting as I'm trying to speak.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, what I have always looked at was that why is it that Ham should have been the one that was chastised, not his son Canaan, who was the youngest. I find that that's very telling, that the youngest son is the one that is told that the curse is on him. Prophecy of the curse.
Ham is Canaan. So he was cursing Ham. Ham is Canaan. He's the father of Canaan. Canaan was his grandson.
Okay.
Canaan is his grandson. Ham is the father of Canaan.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, cursed is Canaan. So he cursed the grandson because the father sinned. Ham and Canaan are the same. One and the same. Make sense?
The same person?
Yes.
Or the same bloodline?
Same person, because Canaan is not a son of Noah. Canaan, Ham was his son, and Ham, it says, Ham, the father of Canaan. In other words, he founded Canaan, which is the city or the country, and he cursed Canaan because Ham sinned. Canaan is not a son. He only had 3 sons. So Canaan and Ham are the same. One and the same.
So are you saying like Canaan is the country or the area of Ham? And that's what he cursed? Is that land? Not, is that what you're saying? Okay.
He's actually cursing Ham, his son, but he's calling him by Canaan. Is what he's doing. Because he founded Canaan. That was a country he gave Abraham. Canaan.
What's odd too is that he put the name Ham in Abraham, because it was Abram in the first place.
He didn't put the name Ham in Abraham. Translators did that. He named Abraham, Yod Mem. He pluralized his name. Yod Mem made him a father of many nations. He pluralized him. The most that Abraham comes from bad translation. Ham is Ham. Ham is Ham.
Yeah, Ham was the father of the Canaanites. That's what this is telling you. So Ham was the father of the Canaanites. Shem was the father of the Shemonites.
Japheth is probably the father of the Eastern Asian nations.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
China and Asia and those type of nations usually are descendants of Japheth.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Verse 6 says Ham had a son named Canaan. So, just wondering.
Yeah, that's right. So he's the father of the Canaanites. So the sons of Ham, Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, and Canaan. And so Ham would be the father of the Canaanites as well as the Mitzrayim and the Cushites and the Putites. See what I mean? All of them. They all came from him, in other words. But yeah, that's true. He is the father of Canaan. We haven't got into that genealogy yet. We will here. That's the next chapter.
So that's a good question that Talita asked. Why did he curse the grandson for the father's sin?
He didn't.
Yeah, because he said curse be Canaan. He didn't say curse be Ham.
Oh, Canaan. Yeah, because they were pagans. They weren't. Canaanites was there when Abraham got sent, chosen from Yahuwah, and he got sent up the, up the Fertile Crescent and then back down into Canaan. The Canaanites lived there. Okay, and so when the children of Israel crossed over the Jordan River into Canaan, the Canaanites lived there. And so those were one of the nations that they were told to wipe out and to overtake. There was a bunch of them there. It wasn't just the Canaanites, but the Canaanites were there along the Mediterranean seaboard, along with the Philistines.
But Brother Mark, Ham is the one that did the wrong. Why did Canaan have to suffer and get the curse?
Because he was the father of the Canaanites, which would become the enemy of Israel. There was only one blessed through Abraham, Yitzhak, and Jacob. Ishmael was not, neither were the Canaanites. You're going way back here, man. There's only 3 boys. You're going way back. And so his whole lineage was cursed.
So this is a prophecy.
Yeah, it's pretty much prophecy. We're going way back, man. Okay. Way back. Go ahead, Roz.
I just wanted to reiterate again that Rahab was a Canaanite, and she's the mother of Boaz, who's the husband of Ruth. So he brought them into the bloodline of Yahusha.
Well, they all are through Noah.
Yeah.
The farther back you go, the more narrow it gets. Eventually, they all come from Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going. I remember we were talking about that a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Moabites, the Gittites, all those, they're actually were Israelites, but they had gotten so saturated among the pagan nations and the pagan customs that they were unrecognizable as followers of Yahuwah. So they just basically referred to them as Gentiles at that point. Then, Go ahead, Ross.
They have, there was another teaching from a good sized channel, really good sized channel that I watched the other day. And speaking of Moab, Moab is actually an acronym for a particular killing tool, like a bomb that the United States has, that they have it named the Moab. I found that interesting.
Yeah, they have a missile called the Moabite missile. Yeah, they do. But hey, Russia has a missile named Satan. So what's the difference? Go ahead, Chance. Did you know that Russia has a missile named Satan?
No.
Look it up, man.
They all have biblical things, don't they? Even though they say that they don't believe.
That's right. Go ahead, Chance.
I was looking at verse 9 or chapter 9, verse 20. And Nuach, a man of the soil, began to plant a vineyard, and he drank of the wine and was drunk and became uncovered in his tent. I've been juggling with this for a little bit, and I remember a couple sayings or idioms Yahuwah used as a vineyard. Do you think the uncovered in his tent has to do with some kind of spiritual impurity, where he's the nakedness kind of like ashamed, like Yahuwah says he planted a vineyard and looked for fruit, and why did it yield rotten ones? And it's kind of comes to this point right now where it's like, hey, okay, enough right now. One of his sons, uncovered his nakedness. Even when Adam and Kual were in the garden, they sewed fig leaves because of their nakedness. There's trying to gather this better. I've been trying to juggle it right now, but looking at it from a spiritual point, the tent we can always see as our flesh, our vessel, the shedding of a tent, becoming uncovered in there, wine. There's a lot of stuff that is hitting on me. I'd have to probably think on this a little bit longer, but there's something deep here I'm sensing, and I'll probably pray on it later for this understanding. But it's Kenan saw the nakedness of his father. It's spiritual purity. They came off the ark, pure, right? And then here it is, that good and evil coming in again, and it's like the difference between good and evil, seeing things from a pure perspective and then from a darkened perspective, perhaps. Are you seeing it at all? Seeing any?
Yeah, seeing exactly what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, there's different aspects to all this. I mean, you have that, what you're saying. You have that. It depends on the context. Again, we got to go back to context. So nakedness meaning, the literal act of being unclothed and uncovered, to uncovering of as far as the protection of Yahuwah goes, and then even the nakedness is in sexual relation, some type of sexual act, and then nakedness is being caught in the flesh and being thrown in the lake of fire, rather than putting on a white robe and covering your nakedness and be given immortality. So there's a spectrum here we have to be aware of, and so the context becomes very important on what we're talking about. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, this may be a little out of context, but it says in Uukara, which is translated Leviticus, it actually means Yahuwah calls, Uukara. The naked, verse 8, chapter 18, verse 7, it says, the nakedness of your father or the nakedness of your mother, you do not uncover. She is your mother. You do not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's Asher, you do not uncover. It is your father's nakedness. The nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father, or the daughter of your mother, whether born at home or elsewhere, their nakedness you do not uncover. So that's why I agree with what's placed in italics here by the translator. Possibly, he's not saying that it is his wife, but it's possibly when Noah got drunk, he and both his wife were laying up in there sleep, and he was drunk. And then when he awoke, he found out that his oldest and middle son covered his nakedness, but his baby boy exposed him by going and telling his other brothers. I guess he was sniggering about it. Ooh, I saw daddy naked laying in the bed or whatever. This is just how I kind of see it, because we have a commandment that we are not supposed to, that we're to honor our father and our mother. So it's possibly that's why Noach did decide to curse him. Or it could be just, since he's using the name Canaan, it could be a prophecy that Canaan is cursed.
Yeah, it could be you know, him looking at his dad laying there naked, passed out, and having homosexual thoughts about his father. It could be that he actually went over there and molested his father while his father was passed out. It could be that it's not talking about him at all, but his wife, the wife of the father, his mother, that he went in there and was checking her out, maybe masturbating or something as he was checking out his mother, maybe even having sex with her while the dad was passed out. I mean, we can go on and on and on. And of course, yeah, that's all in. We can see the nakedness in a different perspective in Leviticus 20:17 and Leviticus 18 as well, 16, 6 through 17. That whole chapter, really, Leviticus 20 and 18 through 20. It's all it talks about, is nakedness. I mean, I'll show you to give you a taste of it. No one is to approach anyone of his own flesh to uncover his nakedness. The nakedness of your father or the nakedness of your mother, you do not uncover. She is your mother. You do not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's Asha, you do not uncover. And it goes on and on and on through 2 chapters. What I'm talking about spiritually is in Revelations 3. So if you go to Revelations 3:18, you're going to see a different perspective. And this is why I say the spectrum is so wide on nakedness that we have to put it in context. Just have to. Revelations 3:18 says, I advise you to buy from me gold refined in the fire, so that you become rich, and white garments, so that you become dressed, so that the shame of your nakedness might not be shown, and anoint your eyes with ointment, so that you see. And so in this aspect, it's talking about immortality, receiving the Ruach HaKodesh and immortality, because a white robe is symbolic of immortality. Okay. So with all that said, if you look back over there and you put it in context, I'd say there's a really good possibility here that this may be that he was having some either acting or thoughts or some kind of weird thing he was doing with his father. Why? Because the 2 sons backed in there and covered up Noah. They didn't cover up the wife specifically, literally. But if it was the wife, then Noah's nakedness is totally symbolic of his Asha, of his wife. And therefore, then he was checking out his mother's nakedness in whatever fashion, either by a physical act or a mental fantasy. Okay. And in perspective, I'll throw it over in that category myself. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with both physical and, seeing the spiritual aspect of it too, is even when they walked backward with that garment, it was like a garment of righteousness, kind of like, we're not going to see the nakedness and we're going to cover this with the garment of righteousness. I see it also from the physical too. If our eye has a darkened perspective, we become condemned in our heart by this kind of stuff. If you are condemned by the darkened eye, and we know once Adam and Kua's eyes were opened, they were ashamed and they were naked, and so I'm seeing it from both perspectives. I see it from the physical, and I'll probably get into it more because Yahuwah has been teaching me about the perspectives lately, about the darkened eye and the lightened eye and the lamp, the treasures of the heart. You know what I mean? And so I'm kind of digging it from that perspective too. Having a darkened eye, looking at, with a darkened eye, how could you can't see right? You can't, have a, purity. I can't explain it as good as I can Can't explain it as good as I understand it. The purity of your eye, you know, if it's a darkened, if you perceive darkness and your perspective is darkness, you are condemned by it. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the spectrum is so wide. You know, we have to focus on the context, or we'll be all over the place. Go ahead, Roz.
Look in your email. I sent you the definition of nakedness, of naked in Hebrew.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Ah, okay. Go ahead, Chance.
Strangely, I was looking at the operate letters, and Kaf and Noon happen to be like an open palm or covering, and then Noon happens to be seed. Go figure, huh?
Yeah. Like I said before, man, Hebrew has very few words compared to other language, especially the English language. Okay, and so their words have many is used in many different contexts, and so you have the context becomes extremely important in Hebrew because one word can be used to imply a bunch of different things. The spectrums are wide, and so we have to remember that. And so like context becomes very important in what you're talking about. You know what it actually means. But I guess here what Roz sent me, it says the word for naked in Hebrew comes from two possible roots: aram, which means naked, act wisely, prudently, cautiously, or it could be from the root word ar, which means to be in grief, agony, as the agony of death or grief over a death. And see, that's totally two different things, man. Well, I'm saying the same word used in a wide spectrum. The context becomes exceedingly important. So we have to focus in on the context and forget the rest of it. Okay, so in context here, cursed is Canaan and let him become a servant of the servants of his brothers. And it says that Ham told his two brothers and told his two brothers outside that he saw the nakedness of his father. Okay, so and laid it on both their and then they took the garment and they backed in there and they covered him up. And so this makes me think in context, obviously then he was laying there physically naked. I mean, remember I told you scripture has a literal and a spiritual side to it. And, we look at the literal side first, because if you cannot understand the literal side, you don't have a chance in the world to understand in the heavenly matters. You just don't. And so the first thing that we have to tackle is the literal meaning and context. And so literally, to me, has something to do with Noah being passed out, totally naked, and his son saw him. And his son either touched him inappropriately or was fantasizing over him. And he went out and told his brothers what they did. But the thing that jumps out at me here is 24. And Noah awoke from his wine, and he knew what his younger son had done to him. So although he was unable to function because he was so drunk, he still remembered what happened. See what I'm saying? So something happened to this man. And I think we can all relate to that. You know? I mean, you have the people that say, oh, they got drunk, and they're like, oh, what happened last night? I don't remember. Or last thing I remember is this or that, you know. But, you know, I have to bring that into question sometimes. You know, come on, man. You got to remember that, you know. I mean, you were drunk, but you weren't stupid. So, yeah, something to do with Noah here. Noah woke up from being drunk, but he knew what his younger son had done to him. Not his grandson, but his younger son. And then he said, curses Canaan. Let him become a servant of the servants to his brothers. This is prophecy here. No doubt about it. Blessed be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shem, and let Canaan become his servant. And they did. The Canaanites did. And let Elohim enlarge Yefet, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan become his servants. Okay, and so all the offspring would become the servants of the other two brothers. In other words, he would become lesser of a people. So in context, it sure seems like, you know, something happened to Noah, and Noah totally remembered it, what happened to him. And he didn't like it, so he cursed him. So something pretty bad must have. Look, would he have remembered him standing there looking at him while he laid there passed out and naked? Do you think Noah would have remembered that? Highly unlikely. I mean, he might have woke up and saw him standing there and then passed back out. That's not eventful. Why would he care about that? So there must have been some type of physical act, some type of touching going on here, in my opinion, or some kind of perversive act that Noah woke up and saw him standing over him doing, you know, something, man, in context. All right. This could have been his wife, but his wife isn't mentioned, man, beyond this. I mean, his wife, there's no mention of her or anything happening to her or anything at all, you know, which is kind of highly suspicious that it would be anything to do with her. So in context, you know, I think it's talking about some kind of literal act to Noah. Now, if we can understand that, now we can talk all day long about the spiritual application, and that's anyone's guess. Yeah, family secrets, right? That's a good point. Family secrets. So, yeah. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? What's going on there with Noah? So I do think this was some sort of homosexual act in one form or the other. Physically or mentally or whatever, fantasy, whatever. what it seems to be, as far as I'm concerned. All right. Let's see. Let's run through that genealogy real quick. There's not a whole lot of discussion there. Who wants to finish the day off reading chapter 10 for us? Jim, go ahead.
Chapter 10, and this is the genealogy of the sons of Noach, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madal, and Wan, and Tubal, and Meshach, and Tyrus. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. The sons of Wan, Alashah, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Doedanum. From these, the coastland peoples of the nations were separated into their lands, everyone according to his language, according to their clans, into their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Sheba, and Hula, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabtakah. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush brought forth Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one on the Arets. He was a great hunter against Yahuwah. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod the great hunter against Yahuwah. And the beginning of his reign was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. From that land he went to Ashur and built Nineveh, and Rehoboth, and Kala, and Rezin between Nineveh and Calah, the great city. And Mitzrayim brought forth Ludum, and Anamim, and Lahabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Casluhim, from whom came the Philistine and the Captorium. And Canaan brought forth Zidon, his firstborn, and Kath, and the Yebusi, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Kui, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Archi, and the Samarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward the clans of the Canaanites were spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Zidon as you go toward Gerar, as far as Azah, as you go toward Sodom and Amorah and Admah and Zeboim, as far as Lashah. These were the sons of Ham, according to their clans, according to their languages, in their lands, in their nations. And also to Shem, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, children were born. The sons of Shem, Elam, Ashur, and Arpachshad, and Lud, and Aram. And the sons of Aram, Uz, and Kul, and Gether, and Mosh. And Arpachshad brought forth Shelach, and Shelach brought forth Eber. And to Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his yeoman the Arets was divided, and his brother's name was Yoktan. And Yoktan brought forth Almadad, and Sheplah, and Kazamoth, and Yirak, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Deglah, and Obal, and Ebamal, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Hula, and Yobab. All these were sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling place was from Mesha, as you go towards Sephar, a mountain on the east. These were the sons of Shem, according to their clans, according to their languages, in their lands, according to their nations. These were the clans of the sons of Noach, according to their generations, in their nations. And from these the nations were divided on the Arets after the flood.
All right. Thank you, June. All right. So a few important names jump out here, Gomer and Nimrod and Shem and Eber. and pretty much self-explanatory here what's going on. And so through these three sons and their children, the world was repopulated. Okay, so we'll pick up next week and we'll talk more about some of these more distinguished persona, and we'll go from there. And so we're going to begin our conversation about Babylon here and so forth and so on, the Tower of Babel and everything next week. So this is a good place to stop. Any thoughts, comments, or questions about the genealogy of the sons of Noah, or anything else that we studied today? No? Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions about last night's study? And hopefully y'all can see that through each generation, there was a selected representative, chosen vessel, if you will, of Yahuwah, who he chose to continue the Torah through. And he still hasn't stopped. It's continuing. It won't stop till the lights go out. It didn't stop with the first century. It continues. All right. And I don't see anything else here really to bring up. It's going to backpedal just a little bit, but that genealogy is kind of like a widespread general comment on the genealogy of Noah's three sons. It's where all the nations came from, basically, is what it's saying. The nations of the earth. Anything else? Go ahead. Dennis, go ahead.
I wanted to do a raffle.
What?
So this picture.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and I crocheted this small stuffy cat. So I'm gonna do a raffle to see if you guys.
Oh, okay.
All of your names are entered, including mine.
Okay, the first one is Sandra. So you'll be getting one in the mail, okay? And
Which means you have to give us your address.
Mark, you'll be getting one.
Which one do I get?
You're gonna get the stuffy cat.
Okay, cool. I'm sure Speedy will want to hang out with him. Thank you.
So Sandra, if you
So
can.
my address is 2109.
Hang on. Okay. 2109, yeah.
And that is Delta DELTA Drive DR.
Wait, sorry.
Delta
Delta Drive.
Drive. I just use DR abbreviated.
Can you just write it in the private chat?
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to get to the. Let me try it.
Okay. Look, Lucky Mark and Sandra, congrats.
Let's see. I don't know how to get to the private chat. Let me see.
Just click on it, Sandra. Click on private chat there over in the chat room. What's up with that chat?
Oh, okay. All right, I try it.
Sorry, I just don't want to get it wrong and then.
It's all good. Well, I'd like to thank you. I hope this is a thoughtful gift, but I am going to be honest with you. If it's not,
It's this drawing painting that he did.
Well, thank you, young man, for your kind sharing.
Sure.
That's very thoughtful. So you aspire to be an artist?
No.
I got part of it done, Sister Talitha.
Okay.
Okay, you see it?
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'll write it.
Okay. Father, in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach, thy will be done. Amen. I did have a song to sing.
Oh, go ahead.
It is Tehillim 45. I think it's a beautiful prophetic song. Ever since I read about Dawood being under the Ruach with his songs, I treasure them even more. There's no, I think I want to sing Yashayahu 60 instead. But that's a beautiful song too. Because this is, I want to read this one because it's talking about coming alive and awakening to righteousness, more or less. Psalm 61, 60. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the esteem of Yahuwah has risen up on you. For look, darkness covers the earth, and thick darkness the people. But Yahuwah arises over you, and his esteem is seen upon you. And the Gentiles shall come to your light, and sovereigns to the brightness of your rising. Lift up your eyes all around and see all of them have gathered. They have come to you, your sons from afar, and your daughters are supported on the side. Then you shall see and be bright, and your heart shall throb and swell, for the well of the sea is turned to you. The riches of the Gentiles come to you. A stream of camels cover your land. The dromedaries of Midian and Ephah, all those from Sheba come, bearing gold and incense and proclaiming the praises of Yahuwah. All the flocks of Kedar are gathered to you. The rams of Nebu serve you. They come up for acceptance on my altar, and I abolish my esteemed house. Who are these who fly like a cloud and like doves to their windows? Because the coastlands wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first to bring for your sons from afar their silver and their gold within. To the name of Yahuwah, your Elohim, and to the set apart one of Yisrael, because he has adorned you, and the sons of foreign shall build your wall. Their sovereigns serve you. For in my wrath I have smitten you, but in my delight I have compassion on you, and your gates shall be open continually. They are not shut, Yom Elila, to bring to you the wealth of the Gentiles, and their sovereign in procession for the nation and the reign that do not serve you shall perish, and those Gentiles be utterly wasted, be utterly waste. The esteem of Lebanon shall come to you, Cypress and the pine box tree together to embellish my set apart place, and I shall make the place of my feet esteemed, and the sons of those who afflicted you come bowing to you. All those who despised you shall bow themselves at the soles of your feet, and they shall call you City of Yahuwah, Sion of the set apart one of Yisrael. Instead of being forsaken and hated, so that no one passes through you, I shall make you excellent, a joy of many generations, and you shall drink dry the milk of the Gentile and the milk of the breast of sovereign, and you shall know that I, Yahuwah, your deliverer and your redeemer, am Elohim of Yaakov. Instead of bronze, I bring gold. Instead of iron, I bring silver, and bronze instead of wood, and iron instead of stone. I shall make your officers peace, and your magistrates stand. That means righteous. Violence shall no longer be heard in your land, neither wasting nor ruin within your borders. You shall call your walls deliverance, and your gates be praise. No longer is the sun your light by you, nor does the moon give light to you for brightness, but Yahuwah shall be an everlasting light, and your Elohim, your comeliness. No longer does your sun go down, nor your moon withdraw itself, for Yahuwah shall be your everlasting light, and the young of your morning shall be ended, and your people, all of them, righteous, shall inherit the earth forever. A branch of my accomplishing a work of my hands to be adored. The little shall become 1,000, and the small one a strong nation. I shall hasten it in its time. Hallelujah. Talking about the millennium and the everlasting reign there. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So if you think on these things, hallelujah. Think on these things. Hallelujah. Praise Yahuwah. Thank you for listening. I love that. I get into the word and I just get happy singing the scriptures. So many promises. This is to all of us. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father. Thank you. This is encouragement to you. Amen.
Anybody else got any songs they want to sing or read a Psalms or proverb or anything at all? Do a dance to you? Anything else? If not, Brother Joe, let's take us out of here.
Okay.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Thank you.
Yahuwah,
See
we
you,
love
Roz.
you guys.
Bye,
See
Roz.
ya.
Love you, Roz.
Bye.
Love you, Sister
Bye,
Talita.
love y'all.
Love
Sister
you.
Alan Shaber and Brother Yusuf. I love you, Brother Mark. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work, Mark.
Yeah.
Amen.
Praise to Yahuwah.
Be good, Ishel and Venus.
You
Good
too,
for
Talita.
me. Hopefully, I'll get to see you soon, guys. Mhm.
Okay. What's up, Mark?
Now